1 painful year. Project Zomboid's most notorious player-created challenge. So what is it? Well, allow me to give you the rundown. No mods except for Pillow's random start or any UI mods that don't impact the game. For this run, I'll be using Pillow's random spawn and the kill count mod. A hideout can only be used once per life. No in-game map or use of third-party map, with the only exception being annotated maps. You must abandon your safe house and move to a new town every 4 months. These are static on the 4th month and 8th month survived. Supplies are allowed to be transferred between safe houses. After moving, you can no longer base in the previous town. However, you are allowed to go back and stay for up to 2 nights in a row. No time skipping, for the purpose of passing time. What this means is no slamming sleeping pills and just flying through 50 days in an hour. No dupe bugs or silly exploits, though cheese is allowed. Because of this, I'm opting to include the fence crate fence walls as exploits, so I will not be using that setup for this run. And last but not least, this is played on the 6 months later preset. This means we'll spawn in the middle of winter with insane pop zombies, no water, and no power. There are additional rules such as starting over on a new world when you die, but this run is the one that made the cut, so I chose to skip over explaining those. If you're interested in the full breakdown, the link to the Reddit posting is down in the description. Alright, let's pop over to the build. I promise I'll go fast here. I went with the burglar for an occupation. For negatives, I went with thin-skinned, high thirst, slow healer, underweight, claustrophobic, conspicuous, prone to illness, smoker, weak stomach, and slow reader. For positives, I grabbed dexterous, outdoorsman, gymnast, fast learner, organized, athletic, and strong. This will start me with 3 levels in light-footed and nimble, while giving me 2 in sneaking and allowing me to hotwire a car immediately. I'll also spawn in with 8 fitness and 9 strength. Alright, that's gonna do it. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoy my experience through 1 painful year in Project Zomboid. The first task on our list is to figure out where the hell we are. Since I can't even open up the map to guess the city, it's all reliant on identifying POIs and judging by the railroad tracks. Shit. It's one of those things where you knew it was gonna happen before you even hit play, but you still hope and pray that you get like Riverside or something to start in. But no, Louisville. Welcome to Louisville. Effectively starting on Insane Pop in the middle of winter, no food, no water. How bad could it be? On the bright side, we're by the railroad tracks, which means we're not too far away from the mansions along the river. My plan was to start making my way over there, and hopefully turn one of them into a safety net for the first few days. For me, the big issue with 1 painful year was simply trying to remember all of the rules, like what constitutes a hideout and when I need to leave. From what I figure, I can stay in a house for 2 nights and then hop to another, and as long as I keep doing that, I'll be safe until I find a home to settle into. Anyway, please enjoy me walking through Louisville with a cut hand. And to those wondering why I don't just hotwire a car, well, we're 6 months in, so that means no fuel in the cars, and on the off chance there is fuel in the car, most of the batteries are dead. Once I made it to the coastline though, the first thing I did was start shouting. The goal was to group up all of the zombies and then kite them out of the area before taking a risk and hopping a fence so they could lose sight. I actually didn't even have to do the fence hopping shit here, and was able to find a gated house, get them stuck on the gate, and then get into the house, in which case they'd get stuck at the front door or right inside the building, allowing me to sneak out of the back and up to the house just north of here. Before moving in though, I took an hour or so to clear out all the Skid Row residents in the area, walking away with a leather jacket and a digital watch. After taking the Kardashian approach and entering through the back door, I took a walk through the ground floor before moving outside to clear out the zombies at the front of the house. By that evening, I'd fully cleared out the property and began looting the house. I made sure to grab 2 sheet rope off of the corpses. If I can find a hammer, I'll slap those in whatever room I'm staying in that night, just in case I wake up to the door being broken down. Immediate problem. I completely forgot I grabbed claustrophobic, which kinda limits where I can sleep, at least until I find booze or beta blockers. Since I don't have any yet, I said f it and slept outside on a bench. I figured I was still on my first day at this point, so if I did happen to get the Bill Cosby treatment, I could just start over. Luckily for me, I woke up the next morning with all of my clothes still on and none of the Cosby household within seeing distance. With that, it's time to think of a plan for the day. I'm not going to conjure up any long-term plans at the moment since we've only survived 1 full day at this point, and it's still Louisville on the 6 months later preset, so I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself. Just going to take it day by day, and eventually I'll have some idea as to where I can form a base for the next few months. Until then though, I can keep using these mansions and bouncing between them every 2 days. This was day 1 of 2 for this house. The only downside is that I'll need to keep sleeping outside and rolling the dice each night. I'll worry about that later though. For now, my goal is to hit up the houses south of me and loot them for any basic supplies. I need to get my weight up, find a backpack, and gather some more weapons. My hand's still injured, so combat's gonna suck for another day or 2, but that's alright. I also have a few kitchen knives, so spears aren't out of the equation either, though we'll have to deal with the glorious Louisville foraging treatment, where the foraging search mode just doesn't work in half the city. This has nothing to do with the looting run, but I just realized that Steamy Ray Vaughn looks just like Mr. Ballin. Alright, back to it. While making a quick pit stop at the first house to drop my loot off, I noticed several zombies near the fence line. Since I'm encumbered, I didn't want to risk fighting all of them like this, so I dropped all my gear, rested at a picnic table, and pushed ahead to deal with the zombies. Oh, and my hand is healed now, so we can actually do damage again. Finally inside, I chose to spend the rest of the day reading through the Foraging 1 skill book on the off chance I could find a spot to take advantage of. It was already getting late, so I didn't see much of a reason to keep pushing south today, especially when I could just move down one house tomorrow and continue. After spending another night sleeping on a bench like a bum, I looted an annotated map off of a zombie corpse. This one's for March Ridge, and I was really hoping we'd get lucky and get the barracks, but it just looks like a regular house, so I don't really see myself going there. Outside of that, most of my morning was spent clearing all of the zombies in the backyards of these properties. I will say, some of these houses are absolutely loaded though. In my first one of the day, I found a crowbar, a ton of food, another hammer, a gas can along with a carpentry book, and another VHS tape all on the ground floor. This one must have been compensating for the fact that the next house down was burnt to a crisp. I can only imagine that the lady living here grabbed her and her babies and bounced out. She wasn't gonna be caught in no fire, not today. Right back onto the next house though. I managed to find a big hiking bag, another crowbar, and overall just a shit ton of supplies. By early afternoon, I was already tired again since I slept like shit last night. I did manage to find a beer can in one of the houses though, so I can sleep inside tonight, which should help. With that though, it's time to head back, pack up, and move on to the next house. This place will do for the next 2 days, but I'll need to start thinking of a long-term solution pretty soon here. I've got a ton of supplies, but there's no way I can stand up to the hordes of Louisville yet. I spent several minutes racking my brain for any places I can move to. Now there's the distillery in the north, but I'm sure there's dozens of zombies over there, and even then, I'm not sure I could even sleep in those buildings. If I make it to the army checkpoint, I could scoop up a tent and then bring it up north, but at that point, we're talking about having to maneuver through thousands of zombies. A car would do wonders for me, but I'll need a battery charger and a generator first, and even before that, we'll need fuel and a magazine to operate the generator. That being said, I took today to head north and at least check out the distillery. It's worth at least looking into for a long-term solution, especially if we can block off the entrance to it. At first glance, we got a fight on our hands. There's way more than a few dozen zombies here, but as long as I keep them contained, I can just hop the fence whenever I need to rest and I should be fine. My new plan was to slowly clear out the hordes from the distillery, and then keep hopping from house to house until I'm ready to move in. Anyway, here's some combat. I did manage to find an ambulance key on one of the corpses, so we'll need to keep a lookout for that. With the initial wave taken care of, I started looting the parking lot. There's a pretty nice car here, and surprisingly enough, it's high quality across the board. It even has fuel and a charged battery. The key is also in the ignition. I've seen this a few times where the car's spawns just don't apply to some vehicles, and they'll still spawn in at a high quality, despite what they're supposed to be at. Regardless though, I'm taking it. There's an ambulance key I also found, but that's used for the wreckage, sitting right next to me, so thank God we have an actual car. Anyway, there's still a shit ton of time left in the day, so I pushed inside. This is the distillery, after all, so naturally you'll find magazines discussing advanced mechanics for performance model vehicles. Truly what every visitor looks forward to here. Not only is this a place to learn new things, but you'll also find dozens of patrons. They're usually just divorced alcoholics who make whiskey their entire personality. But still, I'm sure they're not completely unbearable to talk to, right? My favorite part of Zomboid is when you push zombies over, and then they just decide they're still standing, so they teleport back up, but then decide they actually do want to be pushed over, so they fall back down. Most of the afternoon was spent clearing out the second floor. I broke one of my crowbars, but that's why you bring 2 hammers. There's a skydeck across to the distillery storage room, but I'm tired and exerted, so I'll save that for tomorrow. Instead of heading back tonight, I just moved the car over to the other shitbox in the parking lot and slept there. What I didn't account for was the corpse sickness I'd get from sleeping next to a bunch of dead bodies. Also, it's snowing, so yay. Anyway, it's 4:20 in the morning, and the Snoop Dogs are just about to settle in for the day, so I moved back up to the second floor of the distillery for a few hours until I lost the queasy feeling, and then began moving across the skydeck into the facility. The storage area is actually over in the third building. This is the factory portion thing. I don't know what it's called, but the place where they, actually do the do. At this point, I figured it was early enough in the day that I could head outside and continue to push through the factory parking lots and hopefully clear out the entire compound today. I know this day is basically all combat, but just hang in there, I promise. Things happen. Regardless, if we can clear out the facility today, we can move in tomorrow, and we'll officially have our base for the next 4 months. With most of the zombies cleared out, we can now access the loading bay. It's loaded. I'll see myself out. Seriously though, it's got dozens of boxes full of bourbon and empty bottles of bourbon. We're gonna have fun here. Naturally, as soon as I say that, I open the door and phase through a zombie who scratches me on the hand. There's a chance for infection, but we literally just established this is a long video, and we're on day 5, so obviously nothing really happens here aside from the inconvenience of not being able to swing as fast or do any damage to the zombies. It's also worth noting that infection mortality is set to instant, so you'd know right away if the injury was fatal or not. Since it's already late and I can't swing a weapon, I didn't want to risk heading back to the mansions, so I took the Tom Cruise approach of sleeping in a closet. With our second night in the books, we've got one more day here before it officially becomes our compound. But honestly, I don't really care at this point, since I've already pretty much decided that we're gonna be living here. There's enough booze here that we can survive for 4 months with the ability to sleep indoors, so that's a huge win. With the distillery liberated, I walked outside, slaughtered a few zombies, and grabbed a black cowboy hat before hopping in my new car and heading back to the mansions. Well, maybe it's not entirely liberated, but it's a hell of a lot safer than bouncing from house to house. While clearing out the parking lot again, I peacefully protested a police officer before taking out a survivor zombie, giving me both a machete and a shotgun. I don't have any shells for it yet, but it'll be a great way to grind out aiming once we find a few boxes. Now, the roads are obviously just insanely clustered with hundreds of zombies. I finally made it back to the camp that afternoon and started the arduous process of sneaking in, stealing all of my stuff, and then getting back to the car. It may be worth spending the night here again since hundreds of zombies are going to end up congregating near the car, so it'll be nearly impossible to get back in, start it up, and get out without being swarmed. Funny enough, I said that, and then I made it back inside without issue. I didn't think I'd be able to pick all my gear up and sneak back to the car without being overrun, so I spent the rest of the day locked in my room reading skill books. After waking up the next morning, I grabbed all of my gear, checked to see my scratch had healed, and moved out to check the car. Turns out maybe spending a night in hiding wasn't the worst idea. There's still a few zombies idling around, but I was able to sprint back to the car. I mean, if you call this sprinting. Regardless, I made it back to the car and was able to get it started before the horde came over. The drive back was smooth, and I even noticed that there's a gas station just across the street from the distillery, which I'd never noticed before. We've been gone for almost a full 24 hours, and in that time, it looks like dozens of zombies have migrated back over, so I'll need to clear them out before moving my gear back. I feel like I'm looting a ton of useful supplies from all of the corpses. Granted, we're averaging close to 100 kills a day right now, but still, look at this. A padded jacket, a hand axe, beta blockers. Most of my weaponry I'm using at this point isn't even from what I looted in the mansions. It's almost entirely comprised of items I've found on corpses. I figure I'll use the loading bay as a loot room since it's already got like 50 boxes in there. Obviously, I'll organize it a bit more, but I'll focus on that later. There's still a ton of zombies out, and I'll need to figure out a way to start barricading this place in. While clearing out the parking lot, the heli event triggered. Now, I know this is kind of a bitch move, but I ran back and hid in the Tom Cruise closet and spent the rest of the day just waiting for it to pass. With the heli event over, I didn't even bother clearing out the zombies the next morning. There were other plans to enact. Admittedly, this is probably the stupidest thing I could do at the moment, but I'm not familiar enough with Louisville to navigate the inner city streets effectively. What I can do is follow the main road south, past the military checkpoint, where I can find a warehouse just off the main highway. If I'm quick, I can break in, hopefully find a sledgehammer and some other crafting supplies before dipping out. Once that's done, I'll hit up the military checkpoint if there's still time. That being said, I fully expect to die here, so let's just get this over with. Honestly, I'm surprised I haven't been swarmed in the car yet. The four-way intersection is going to be the most compact portion of the drive, though. There's got to be hundreds of zombies here, so I'm just going to kind of hope that they don't migrate south. That being said, the potential payout for this run was too good to pass up. Think I'm kidding? Well, there's just generators laying out on the road around the military checkpoint. Honestly, the checkpoint itself wasn't that crowded. I was even able to get through the barrier portion in the south and back on the road without issue. As expected, the warehouse was absolutely covered with zombies. The goal isn't to kill everything here though, just enough to get in and loot the place reasonably quick. Even with all the combat, it doesn't excuse the silly mistakes that often get me killed, such as walking into an office with several zombies in it and almost getting sandwiched in between two groups of zombies. Through hours of smacking people with crowbars, I was able to clear most of the zombies in the area, and start looting the warehouse. Some of the loot here included things like blowtorches, welder masks, hammers, crowbars, a machete, and arguably most important, a sledgehammer. With that though, it's almost 6 PM. I could probably make it home by nightfall, but I still want to get the military checkpoint looted, so I just slept at the warehouse. I made it to the checkpoint as the sun rose on day 9 and immediately got to work securing the area. Honestly though, I'm more excited to find things like a military backpack and this guy rocking a ghillie suit than I am to find a few magazines and holsters, but who knows, maybe we'll get lucky here. You know, it's been so long since I've played a vanilla Zomboid experience that I completely forgot the M16 mags are just the exact same as the 1911. Must have been too difficult to have a different PNG. Anyway, I found the armory and looted it for everything of value. The big change from past Preds is that I only grabbed 1 or 2 of each gun, instead of just hitting loot all. The big focus was just to have a few different guns that all have unique uses, and then just focus on ammo. With that though, I decided to head back to the distillery since the car was completely loaded up and my inventory was pretty full. I can always come back in the morning and continue, but for now, I just want to get back safely. I spent the rest of the day dumping all of my loot into random crates in the loading bay. I'll spend some time organizing everything in a few days, but for now, it's just about getting everything inside. The plan is to head back out tomorrow and hit up the rest of the military checkpoint so that we can cross that off the list. I arrived at the checkpoint shortly after noon the following day, and spent a good hour or so just clearing out the zombies who followed me in. With the horde dealt with, it was back to looting. One thing I did notice was just how many hunting knives are in the crates here. All I need now is a pair of shrunken gloves and I'll be well on my way to a storied career in the NFL. It's okay, he's dead now guys, no one's gonna stab me in the back over these comments. I promise. All in all, I left the checkpoint with a few dozen boxes of ammo, about 15 OJ knives, and way too many 1911 mags. Like, almost 20, not taking into account all the ones sitting in the distillery right now. God, I forgot how bad the frames get when you drive with snow on the ground. Hopefully it's something they fix in Build 42 because 3 years of this has been brutal. An almost daily task of mine has become clearing out the stragglers that wander into the distillery every morning. Full disclosure to myself, I haven't checked the south end of the compound in several days, and I'm sure it's practically entirely overrun. So with that, my big goal for today is to test out some of our new toys and start clearing out the general area. For once, I'd love to just wake up without having zombies sitting inside my building. After we neutralize the zombie threat, I can start building up proper defenses and organizing my new home. I have a shotgun, an M14, a Desert Eagle, and a 1911. To farm out some aiming, I figure I'll start with the shotgun. Then once I hit level 4 or 5, I can start bringing pistols along and eventually swap over to the M14 to take them out at range. I've got 209 shotgun shells. It's nowhere near enough to get the job done, but hopefully it'll at least make a dent. Whenever I'd worked through all the zombies in an area, I'd take a few hours and shred some clothing and leather strips to start gathering thread. The plan is to max out tailoring before I have to move, just for the extra protection. Obviously, that means I'll need to find some books, so I'll probably look to hit up the public library in a few days, but for now, it's back to clearing. This went on from sun up until sun down, and by the time we'd wrapped up at the warehouse in the north, I'd racked up almost 150 firearm kills, leveled up aiming to just under 4, and got reloading to 1, and got short blunt up to level 3. We're making progress, and I don't even know if I'd call it slow considering the circumstances. Most of our living area is significantly thinned out at the cost of only around 100 shotgun shells, so I'll take that as a win. I know I just talked about hitting up the public library, but that's in the middle of a 4-way intersection near the heart of Louisville. Now, I don't know about you, but I like living, and I don't want to risk dying over some books like a fucking nerd. So with that, we're gonna hit up one of the NFL's favorite universities and look for books there. Much like any POI in Louisville, I'm expecting it to be completely overrun, so I brought my shotgun with me. I'd make it to LSU at 10 a.m. and did my best Danny DeVito impression. See, the old me would have made a school shooter joke here, but this isn't Kent State, so it probably wouldn't land as well. Instead, please enjoy this clip of Danny DeVito when he started blasting.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang!
Now, do I have enough ammo to deal with all of these zombies? No, but that's not really the goal. There's no way I'm beating over 1,000 zombies in a single fight straight up. At least, not at the moment and not without fire. Instead, the plan is to use shotgun's sound radius to group up as many zombies as possible, and then pull them to a different cell and loop back around to the library. If you're asking yourself why I started this so close to the library instead of just standing on the other side of the building and kiting them that way, well, allow me to explain how zombie spawns work, at least in Build 41, kind of. Specifically, for buildings, you need to have a view of the interior of the building in order for it to load the spawn zones. When you're working with the insane pop settings like this, the spawns are all janky, so you need a definitive clear line of sight into the buildings in order to spawn said zombies. Otherwise, I could do all of this work, then loop back around to find another 200 to 300 zombies just waiting for me inside the LSU library. Basically, starting there was vital to the plan. This whole process took several hours to pull over 1,000 zombies over to the far east side of the campus, before looping through one of the lecture halls and dropping them on a wall just outside. The library still had a few dozen zombies left by it, but the goal was to go in quietly and get out as quickly as possible. And to be honest, call it cheesing, call it a bitch move, call it whatever you want, but if cheesing is allowed in the challenge, you can bet your ass I'm pausing while scanning the bookshelves. By the time I was forced out, I'd managed to grab 4 of the 5 tailoring books, Carp 2 and 3, Electrician 1, an auto manual, and most importantly, the How to Use Generators magazine, making this easily the most successful looting run of the playthrough so far. 11 days in, out of 365. Good God, I need to stop writing these scripts live. Okay, we've survived for 12 days at this point, and it's been high octane basically the entire time. So to change the pace a bit, I decided to lock myself in a closet for a day and just read some skill books. Since I read like I have dyslexia, there's no real way around it aside from just sitting down, speeding up time, and pushing through. Alright, with our 1 day of peace out of the way, let's go f*** up the 7-Eleven across the street. I can operate generators now, which means I can slap a Jenny down at a gas station and fuel up in peace. Well, once all the zombies are moved to their new reservation. That being said, there really aren't too many zombies around still, considering we just shot up the whole neighborhood like 3 days ago. There's a couple stragglers hanging around, but for the most part, it was relatively quiet. By that afternoon, I'd fully fueled up the generator, my car, and the 2 gas cans I had on me, before turning to begin looting the gas station for any supplies. Now, gas stations are some of my favorite buildings to loot in Zomboid. There's always a ton of water bottles, orange soda, chips, and other foods to eat, and if you're lucky, the storage room in the back will have some vehicle manuals and extra gas cans like this one had. There's also these chest freezers that I like to take and store all of my perishables in. At this point, we're pretty much set for long-term survival, at least in terms of gear. The base, on the other hand, well, it could use some work, so that's what I did today, starting with the loading bay. There's dozens of boxes here, all hold just over 30 weight. My first task was to go through and loot all of the boxes, moving the bourbon and empty bottles into one of the 2 boxes over in the corner next to Baby. From there, I spent the rest of the day picking up each of the boxes and organizing them into rows. Here is what progress looked like at the end of the first day. The second day was all about the layout. In the far corner, we'll have the general supplies and storage. There's more than enough boxes to place items by crafting type, so as long as I remember how to keep everything organized, we'll be fine. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with the central portion at the moment though. Maybe I'll keep non-perishables there for now while we continue kitting up. The southwest corner with the least amount of crates is all for weapons and ammo. It just seems like the most reasonable. I don't need a ton of crates, and honestly, I'll probably just end up grabbing some tables and putting the weapons out on display by the end of this. Merry Christmas, dickheads! While you're all out there doing whatever it is you do on Christmas, Steamy Ray Vaughn was stuck in the loading bay grinding. I finished up the gist of the loading bay at around noon on the 26th. It's not perfect, and it'll need some adjusting as we expand, but at least for now, this'll do. I left the front 2 spots open so that I can pull cars into the loading bay to train mechanics on without having to worry about zombies sneaking up on me. The loading bay officially taken care of, the next step is to fortify the area. I'm not going to be able to build a gate for a while, but I can block off access in the south and slow down the rate that the zombies funnel into the distillery, so I'll start there. We've survived 18 days, which means it's now officially time to turn my attention to securing the brewery. My plan is to full wall off the southern entrance and convert the second floor of the southern building into a living space, knocking out most of the walls and keeping it as one open room. I've got a sledge, but admittedly, I'll still need to level my carpentry before I plan out the wall. Before I get to that though, I'll need to clear out the squatters taking up residence in the area. With the zombies killed, I spent most of the afternoon destroying the walls on the second floor before disassembling all of the computers, desks, and doors, getting me to Carpentry 1. Fortunately for you all, you don't get to see the grinding that took place between days 19 and 22 because my OBS froze and only managed to capture 9 whole minutes of a multi-hour recording session, so allow me to summarize. By 1 o'clock on day 19, I'd hit Carpentry level 2 and spent the rest of the day reading the Volume 2 skillbook. On day 20, I finished up the Carpentry skillbook, finished sledging the second floor of the southern building, and started clearing out the barrel room. For day 21, I went on a mini looting run to the east, found a bed, and brought that back. All of day 22 was spent continuing to clear out the barrel room. Which brings us to day 23 and a fresh recording session. Hoorah! This is what we're working with. I removed the stairs and placed flooring over them, so now the only way up is through the northern building, which is guarded by 4 vault doors. One thing I did add today was several sheet rope ladders throughout the brewery. On the off chance I can't hold the place, I'll have an escape route that won't shatter both my legs. Since I never got to show it and I only hit 2 houses, today was another looting run to the neighborhood next to me. I really only need food, but I figured this was a good way to go about it and find some other oddities that might come in handy down the line. After looting 1 house, I stepped outside to see the local neighborhood watch just idling around. Can't have these dopes ruining a good looting run, can we? In all honesty, the fight took way longer than I expected it to, but we're out here. It's only 5 o'clock, so I chose to keep going since I'd only looted 1 house so far. I don't have vitamins on me at the moment though, so we're gonna have to deal with fatigue. Well, I was able to get in 2 more houses that day, walking away with a few cans of food and a double-barreled shotgun. I tried to fight some zombies, but it was clear that I wasn't going to be able to do anything while exerted and tired, so it's back to the base for the night. The goal for today is to see if I can make it to the fire station. I don't remember exactly where it is, but I know there's one nearby, so the foolproof plan is to just wander through the streets of Louisville until I come across it. This was entirely pure luck. I knew the fire station was next to the neighborhood I'd been looting, so I just kind of zigzagged around until quite literally running directly into it. As expected, it's loaded with zombies, so I began the process of kiting them into the nearby houses and apartments. With a large chunk of the horde stuck in the apartments, I looped back around and was able to break into the fire station through the back door. Now, obviously there's still a few dozen idling around, so this had to go quick. There's 2 spots where X's spawn in fire stations. One is the storage room, and the other is the shelves next to the garage doors. With the storage room only having one way in or out, I spent a lot of my time kiting the zombies and then running in, grabbing what I could, and dipping back out. I didn't get a chance to really loot the shelves, but they were way too risky since all it would take is one zombie to break the closest door and I'd be fucked. In total, I hauled in 4 axes, with 3 of them being max condition. Oh, and I'm alive still, so all in all, a good day. That being said, zombie migration is a bitch, which makes it hard to start my lumberjack era, as the Swifties say. God, what's happened to me? I swear I wasn't making these jokes before becoming a girl dad. Anyway, to get my balls back, I grabbed that double-barreled shotgun from yesterday, threw on some Toby Keith, and started lighting up anyone in sight. When that finished up, I shredded some more clothing and headed inside, where I spent the rest of the day working on leveling up tailoring. This is where not having mods really starts to blow massive donkey dicks. Instead of just using the auto tailoring mod and clicking once like I've gotten used to, I've got to constantly add and remove patches, which I know is just me bitching for the sake of it, but still, I've been spoiled by QOL mods for years now, and going back to nothing kinda sucks. Regardless, I sacked up and got through the first 2 levels. Which means I spend all of day 25 reading the next tailoring book. If you don't know, you want to level tailoring as you play, instead of trying to bulk level all at once. This is due to the fact that your chance to gather thread increases each level. So at level 0, it's damn near impossible, which is why I only had like 20 thread for 600 ripped sheets. But as you level up, it becomes so much easier. I'd say at least the first 4 levels should be done as you play. After that, you should be able to stack enough thread to just pound through the rest of it if you hate yourself enough. Alrighty, it's time to get to work on actually fortifying this place. I feel like I've been saying that for weeks, but still, it's time to start, I think. Well, anyway, I cleared out the area of any stragglers hanging around first, before spending most of the day pissing off the Lorax. When I wasn't doing that, I was fighting zombies in slow motion. After piling up around 70 logs, I got to work sawing them, hoping it'd give me enough XP to hit carpentry level 4 in the process. I'll finish collecting the logs later though, but for the rest of the day, I went around and scooped up all the tree branches, since I can use those to make spears later on with. I think we all know how I spent day 27. With volume 3 out of the way, it was back to sawing logs. It only took about an hour to burn through the remaining ones, and with that, I got to work trying to figure out what I wanted to do. It was around this time that I realized how fucking stupid I am. Following in the steps of my good friend Rick, Why should I risk death walking around in the streets when I can skydeck my way to wherever I want to go? It makes so much more sense to build out a second-story walkway and then rope down to the buildings I want to access. The only problem is that I just sawed 260 or so planks, and now I've got to move all of them onto the rooftop. Luckily, I've still got that sheet rope, so I built out 2 separate ladders to use and got to work moving all 200 plus planks onto the roof. On day 29, I officially started my sky deck. I'm not sure exactly how I want it to go, but in a perfect world, it'd look almost like a grid with different highways. The goal is to be able to reach and hit key POIs like the Ready Prep in the north, and ideally all the way over in the mall to the northeast. I don't know if we'll have enough supplies for that, but it's worth a shot. As it turns out, this is also just a fantastic way to level light-footed and sneaking, so if we play our cards right, we may be able to leave Louisville with both of those skills maxed in just a few months. One thing to remember with skydecks like this is that you've got to be careful for these 3-story buildings. It may look like it's on your level as you're building over to it, but it's only when you're on top of it that you'll realize it's an entire floor below you. If this is what it's like with a dozen or so zombies, I can't imagine how much we're gonna farm this once we build into the city. Just insane. Regardless, the skydeck highway thing continued for the morning until I got lazy and started using click to walk, which pathed me right off of the skydeck and down 3 stories below. Thank God there weren't any zombies waiting for me, but I do have a fractured leg now. As it turns out, the same feature that doomed me ended up saving my life here, since you can hold shift and click and your character will do this little lunge run thing. It's a bit cheesy, but fuck off, I just fell 3 stories and lived to tell about it. There were a few zombies inside the loading bay, but I was able to grab a tree branch, grab some clothes off a corpse, and craft a splint. Now, I can catch my breath. We'll try again tomorrow, but this was enough adrenaline for the day. Since I can't really fight zombies like this, I'm planning to just kinda hide out in my room and on the sky deck. I figure I'll be able to continue working on that, at least until I fall again, or run out of planks. In the meantime, we've got enough food for a week or 2 before we start running into trouble. Normally, I'd look to start grinding first aid here, but I only have the first book, so there really isn't much I can do. With nothing else left to do but wait, now also seemed like a good time to finish up the loot room. At least clearing it out. The barrel shelves can be sledged and the walls can be disassembled. With any luck, we'll be able to level up carpentry again and shave off another day reading the Volume 4 book. When I finished up the 2nd floor, I moved up to the 3rd so that I could see better when accessing the stairs. I'm still a little nervous to try on the ground floor since zombies don't seem to have a problem getting in there at the moment, and again, I can't fight more than 2 zombies at once without just straight up losing. To conserve my water, I'm drinking soda and bourbon to deal with the hunger, thirst, and pain before heading to bed. Basically the Ron Swanson approach when he got shot in the back of the head with a shotgun and just slammed an entire bottle of scotch. I like to think he'd be proud of me. Anyway, this whole process of clearing out the distillery storage rooms went on for several days until eventually I hit carpentry level 6 and went to go read the Volume 4 book. The only issue with that? Well, I don't have the Volume 4 book. Since my leg's still f***ed up, there really isn't all that much I can do at the moment. I've still got a ton of bourbon, so I'll probably be good for another week or so, but after that, the panic button's coming out. That being said, I got back to work on the sky deck because, I mean, what else is there to do at the moment? On day 37, I reached the Foss Oil building. Well, one of them. There's another to the west, but this means we're only like halfway to the northern warehouse. It's a good place to drop our loot off at, though, so I spent the rest of the day moving all the planks I could gather over to it. I had another close call on day 38 while walking back to grab more planks. Something tells me this is going to end up getting me killed one day. But not today. Alright, panic button is out, but we're not at full-blown desperation yet. I'm down to my last piece of food, but I still have 3 orange sodas and 6 bottles of bourbon up here, not including the 100 plus down in the loading bay. Worst case scenario, I can just get blackout drunk until my leg heals up. Hoping it won't have to come to that, but that's a last resort. On day 40, I built out to the catwalk and spent all of day 41 dealing with the zombies that began climbing their way up. This continued on to day 42 as well, since every time I climbed over the barrier, the zombies on the ground floor would just climb the stairwell up to me. By noon, I was dying of thirst and starving to death, so I ran back and pulled a Charlie Sheen, chugging 3 bottles of whiskey before popping some painkillers and drifting off into unconsciousness. The only way to address this is to either build around the catwalk entirely, or to head down, break the stairs, and then climb back up. Since I'm crippled, I don't want to risk jumping down there, so I'm just gonna have to deal with the fact that zombies can reach me for the next few days. It's not even like it mattered anyway, considering I ran out of planks that afternoon. I'm also out of food in the living quarters, but the loading bay was completely overrun, so I had to clear that out again just to get more bourbon. So, my leg is still broken, and I'm out of things to do. I mean, I have bourbon, but that's literally it, so I just started chugging it and trying to sleep off the fractured leg. Dog, it's been 22 days. At some point, it's gotta heal up, right? After suffering through this for around 10 days, downing more than 50 bottles of bourbon, the dad bod is in full swing. And what better way to deal with that than by doing copious amounts of squats? Sadly, even doing nothing but squats for 2 days didn't impact my weight loss journey. So it's back to bourbon. At this point, I'd gotten so bored that I even went down to the loading bay and disassembled enough watches and cameras to give me 2 electrical levels. There's genuinely no other skill I can grind right now other than nimble, and to be honest, I'd rather go on a double date with Bill Cosby and O.J. Simpson than spend hours of my life aim walking to get 1 whole level done. So instead of boring myself to death, I grabbed all of my M16 mags, over 1,000 rounds of ammo, and went to the closet to do, reloading things. It's times like this, though, where I really miss the Load All Mags mod, which allows you to load and unload all of your magazines with 1 click, instead of having to click on each one individually. After spending 2 full days doing nothing but loading and unloading M16 magazines, I'd managed to get my reloading skill up to level 4. On the bright side, I can crouch walk now, which means my legs gotta be just about healed up. And since I can do that now, I figured what better way to waste my time than by walking a tightrope to farm sneaking and light-footed. By the end of the day, I'd gotten light-footed up to 6 and halfway to 7, while getting sneaking up to level 6. I probably could have kept going, but it still takes over an hour to make it back to the living quarters, so I gave in and headed home early. I got really excited when, on day 61, I woke up and was able to run around the room. It wasn't until I took off the splint that I realized my leg was still fractured. It's gotta be just about healed though, but at least we can move again, which means it's time for another looting run. Now it's entirely worth noting that my weight problem has only gotten worse since I've switched to bourbon as my only food source. Like, seriously, I look like Brendan Fraser from that one movie about the 600-pound life character. Regardless, I hit up that same neighborhood again since it's like 3 rows and I'd only hit part of the first one. After looting a few houses, I came across a survivor home, but wasn't able to unbarricade the doors or windows, so I hit up the house next to it while waiting for the zombies to break down the front door. Much like any survivor home, the place is loaded with weapons like a katana, a sledgehammer, and all that fun stuff. While leaving, I walked directly into a second survivor home. Since I've got a sledge now, I use that to break down the front door and loot the place. Alright, I made a list of books I still need to read, and Carp 4 and 5 are at the top. We're also over 2 months into the playthrough, and I haven't had a chance to really push into the main city. So I figured, why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? And keep working on my sky deck. My goal is to still hit the ready prep, and then just build entirely in one direction, not the band, until I reach them all. To do that though, I'll need hundreds of logs, so I spent all of day 62 doing that. Before spending the entirety of days 63, 64, and 65 creating stacks of logs, moving them into the walkway, and then sawing them. That leads us to day 66, where I finally restarted work on the sky deck. Well, until I remembered that the catwalk exists and zombies love to hang out on it. Initially, I thought I could just push through them, sledge out the stairs, and then climb up a sheet rope ladder, but there's just too many zombies in the area, so I grabbed my Kurt Cobain killer and ran out to the catwalk to brute force my way through. With all of the stairs destroyed, I finally got back to work on the skydeck on day 67. The biggest pain in the ass for this is just how long it takes to make runs back and forth to pick up and transport planks, and it's only gonna get worse as we extend out. In the afternoon, I ran into another catwalk scare where I thought the building was on the 3rd level with me, only to build directly over it. Over the next few days, basically all I did was build in a straight line. Since Zomboid doesn't have a penalty for skipping sleep, I just worked through the night, otherwise this would never get done. I'm gonna have to find another spot to farm trees at though, because it takes around 6 hours round trip to grab planks and get back to my building spot. And that's only gonna get worse as the building continues. The only real switch up with this stretch of time came on day 71, when I finally decided enough was enough and built a sheet rope ladder down into a parking lot, before driving down there on day 72 and clearing up the general area so I could use that to farm more logs. If you're wondering why I'm not just driving a car through the city, go watch Liberating Louisville and get back to me. You'll understand the situation a lot better, I promise. On day 73, I reached one of the larger factory buildings that lines up with the ready prep, so I knew I was on the right track. By around noon on day 74, I could see the ready prep in the distance. My plan was to build over there today and then raid it in the morning. For some reason, I wasn't able to build a sheet rope ladder down to the roof of the ready prep. Out of options, I decided to do the only thing I could think of. Now, this was a huge gamble, but I grabbed enough planks to build a set of stairs and aimed for the bushes. Are you kidding me? Well, I also forgot a sledgehammer, which took a good 3-ish hours to go back and grab, so I guess I'll just loot the place tomorrow. On the morning of day 76, I ran all the way back to the ready prep, sledged a hole in the roof, and climbed on down. Now it's worth noting that I got insanely lucky here, and landed in a shelving rack, causing the zombies not to notice me. Now, I'm sure the level 7 sneaking also played a part, but I was able to get unstuck and take out the zombies in the room before grabbing anything of value. There's a few zombies stuck in the other rooms that I'll need to clear out, but the first initial looting run was a success. On the second dive in, I pushed out into the hallway, cleared a few of the back rooms, and even found a key on a zombie so I can keep the doors intact. Here's the full haul from the ready prep. You guys can pause if you want, but I figured this is easier than me sitting here listing it all off for you. It took 2 trips to get everything back to base, and that's without even organizing everything. The saddest part is that I'm not even kidding. Just 12 hours of me running weapons and bullets back to my hideout like I was Nicolas Cage. I didn't manage to get to bed until around 4 a.m. the next morning, so by the time I woke up that evening, there wasn't much I had time to do aside from build out a few crates and dump some of the ammo into them. With the looting run completed, it's time to expand this to a massive scale. Like I said before, with Insane Pop Zombies, I don't want to risk navigating a car through the heart of Louisville. Even if I somehow make it to my destination, I'll still have to deal with the thousands of zombies there. And the thousands more that my car pulls over. With that knowledge in hand, it's time to start expanding our highway. But before we do that, I need to take care of another matter. I'm running out of food again. I know it's nearing the end of February, but I'm living right next to a giant body of water, so I grabbed a few packs of seeds, tilled the land, planted them, and watered my crops, before spending the rest of the day reading Farming Volume 1. Obviously, it'll take a good week or two for those to grow, so while we wait, it's time to get back to working gathering logs for planks. I have no idea how many I'll actually need, but if I had to take a guess, I'd say thousands. The only problem with that is I'm down to 1 axe at half condition. On the bright side, I do still have a few hundred planks as this first divot from when I built all of this out, before I shifted over to start chopping trees from a closer field. So worst case, I can always burn through those first. I will say, probably not the best idea to be navigating a 1x1 sky deck 3 floors up in the middle of a thunderstorm. As the storm was starting to clear up though, I noticed a few axes that I must have left out in the parking lot a week or so back, when I was chopping the trees over there. So that was reassuring. I also found 2 more next to where I had brought all the guns and ammo back to after raiding the ready prep. Honestly, I'm not sure what I was thinking. I've got a shit ton of axes just sitting around. What I should be concerned about is the fact that I only have about 150 nails. I'm gonna need a bit more. There's a manufacturing factory nearby, so I targeted that. Now, don't be fooled. Even though it looks dead on the outside, the interior is swarming with zombies. After spending like an hour getting pushed back, I just said f*** it and went and got a shotgun to help clear it out faster. With most of the zombies wiped out, I found the loot room and started stuffing shit into my pockets. As it turns out, this place actually has everything I'd ever need. I've got some boxes of nails, a ton of packs of seeds, and dozens of hammers, which I don't need, but I still do love to hoard. Now that I've got about 1,000 nails, it's time to get back to the sky deck. To start off, I went back to the parking lot in the north and scooped up all of the extra logs. I'm not sure exactly where I need to line up to hit them all, but I figure I'll just build east and hit it eventually. Since I've got nothing better to do, I just kept working through the nights here as well, stopping only when I needed to eat something or ran out of water. Continuing into day 82, I started making the 3-hour trek back to that divot in the beginning to pull from the hundreds of excess planks sitting around. You guys know the drill by now, right? I don't need to keep showing you the fact that I'm building in a straight line for like hundreds, if not thousands of tiles. It's pretty straightforward. I build in a single tile line. When I run out of planks, I go chop down trees and drag those logs over. I do that over and over and over and over again until eventually, on day 93, I finally reached the mall. Now, all I need to do is go back and grab a sledgehammer and knock down some of the fencing up here. With that though, it may have taken literal weeks of just building 1x1 platforms, but I've finally built a sky deck from the distillery all the way to the mall across the city. So, wanna see how long it takes to walk? I'll do it crouched too, so we can see how hard we power level light-footed and sneaking. At one point, I stopped earning XP from both of those, so I just stood up and walked back, and even with that, it still took about 10 hours to make the entire trek back to the distillery. I decided to just head downstairs and knock out though, since I haven't slept in a good 10 days or so. At times, relying solely on downing entire bottles of vitamins to let me refresh my endurance for like an hour. Kicking off day 95, I was able to harvest my carrots, though the potatoes will have to wait a few more days. Now that I've got 30 phallic-shaped objects to shove down my throat, it's time to prep for the big raid. I've got a few backpacks that I looted from the other zombies and the ready prep, so I threw an M16, a 44 Magnum, and a shotgun in, along with dozens of boxes of ammo. I also went ahead and grabbed a few melee weapons, such as machetes and hammers, before making the 10-hour trek back to the mall to drop everything off. Oh, and if you're wondering just how much XP this can get you for light-footed and sneaking, here you go. I could probably max both of these today if I just started walking back and forth, but I'd rather just let it max out naturally. By the time I dropped everything off and started walking back, it was already past midnight, so I just crashed on a rooftop for the night so I could jog back in the morning. When I finally did make it back, I was losing weight, so my solution was to toss out my AA chip and become a crippling alcoholic again, before doing some drunk gardening, like you do. The next day, while on my way back to the mall, I stopped at the ready prep and grabbed a spare cot that was sitting around. I figured this way, I can slap it on a mall rooftop and give myself 2 nights up there before moving back to another building I crossed over on the sky deck. This way, I won't have to keep making these 10-hour runs every morning. While making my way back over to the mall for the night though, I did manage to max my sneaking skill, giving me 2 maxed agility skills in under 100 days. After sleeping in and waking up at the late hour of 4 AM on day 98, I sledged a hole in the wall and began making my way down into the mall. For the initial run, I went with a shotgun and 2 club hammers. Now right off the bat, zombies started flooding the hallways, leaving me only one way to go. Eventually, I was forced through a side room, almost dying in the process, before getting pushed into the main portion of the mall. After almost dying a second time, I got incredibly lucky and was able to hobble my way all the way around the second floor of the mall, pulling most of the zombies to the west before looping around and pushing back through to the rooftop. By that afternoon, I'd managed to kill all of the zombies on the roof before swapping to my M16. I've got just under 20 mags for it and over 1,500 rounds, which should be much easier to work with instead of a double-barreled shotgun. It's entirely worth noting here that I threw on a 2-time sight for the M16, which was a horrible idea because it somehow makes it impossible for you to shoot a zombie within 20 feet of you. Even without that though, I forgot just how terrible vanilla guns are in Zomboid. I've almost exclusively used mods like Firearms 41 or on multiplayer servers used Britas, which I know is a bit overpowered, but still, I don't think it should take like 5 or 6 shots per zombie with an M16 rifle to kill a zombie. And there isn't even an excuse of low aiming skill. I'm aiming level 5, and I don't want to hear that that isn't good enough. That's halfway to maxing the skill, and you're going to tell me it's not good enough to use a core weapon in the game? It's fucking stupid. Day 99 was more of the same. The M16, admittedly, is a bit better without the 2-time scope, but it's not like it mattered all that much considering it broke after less than 2 days of use. The double barrel, on the other hand, is carrying this raid. I'm rocking that to deal with the large groups, and then swapping over to my Rick Grimes piece as needed to handle any stragglers. I've also been getting in some work with a machete, leveling up Longblade again in the process. This is really the first time I've attempted a raid like this since liberating Louisville, which I released almost 2 years ago, so it brought back a ton of those memories. Only this time, instead of relying on Molotovs, I'm just brute forcing with bullets. By the end of day 99, I was up to over 2,300 kills. I'll probably end up with close to double that by the time the mall is cleared though. Anyway, it's nighttime and I can't sleep here a third night, so I picked up a cot and moved it back to the building I connected to a few cells west. This does add an extra hour to my commute, but it'll give me 2 more days to keep fighting. After making it back to the mall rooftop on day 100, I noticed almost immediately that dozens of zombies were grouping up below the staircase. I'm assuming that was from yesterday after I retreated back and that was the last place my position was marked for them, so I spent most of the morning pushing back down through the hordes, finishing up at 9 AM. As I pushed into the mall for like the 5th time, I swapped my machete, almost killing myself in the process. Shout out Zomboid for having this sprint animation inertia bug thing in the game for like 6 years now. Outside of that hiccup, the rest of the morning was pretty smooth. I found the bakery and leveled up Longblade again while clearing it out. In the back, I found some sugar and 3 sticks of butter to speedrun diabetes with. I don't really know what I was doing here, but watch these sick jukes. While getting slowly pushed back by a massive horde, I ended up back in the hallway to the roof. Around this time, I ended up getting stuck running into the wall again, where I was grabbed twice. Seriously, no clue how I didn't die here, but that's the 2nd time today that this has happened. That being said, I did try to push back in, but started getting tired, so I decided to head all the way back to the distillery for the night to rearm. Well, after I spent a good few hours ripping up a ton of sheets, of course. I made it back to base just after 7 AM on day 101, and after waking up at like 8 PM that night, I headed downstairs and grabbed some additional gear. And by that, I mean I spent like 4 hours crafting 60 spears to bring back with me. This bled into the next morning, but quick reminder, I've got to be out of this city in 18 days, so the quicker I can clear out the mall, the better off I'll be. Of course, I say that, but I've still got to spend hours and hours running back to the mall every time I want to rearm. I made it back to the cot that evening and knocked out there before returning to the mall on day 103. Much like every other time, I spent most of the morning fighting my way back into the mall, only to be pushed back to the rooftop. On the bright side, I did manage to level up spears. The fighting went on for most of the day, and I feel like you've probably seen enough to get the gist of it, so I'll keep it to some highlights, but for the most part, it's gone exactly as you've seen. Now, whether I'm finally starting to whittle down the numbers here, the hundreds of shotgun blasts have pulled all the zombies up, the entire southern wing of the second floor is practically clear. I even managed to get into the meat room and loot it for a ton of beef jerky. There's also a ton of meat cleavers around to loot as well, so I grabbed those. And as I pushed west, I started running into more zombies, so I decided to move back to the southeast and head down to the main floor to keep pushing through that way. Now, because I've only been fighting on the second floor so far, most of the zombies on the first level have spent the last week or so moving up and following the shotgun blasts. This, in turn, allows me full access to the larger portions of the mall, such as the grocery store section. Of course, as I pushed west some more, it became more crowded. Since this mall isn't an apple factory in China, there were no safety nets to catch the zombies throwing themselves off of the second floor railings, which almost got me stuck. Now, much like I did in my 1000-day series, I ended up pulling the majority of the zombies in the south out into the parking lot. Why? Well, to put it simply, it's just safer. I have a massive open lot to kite zombies around in, now compared to a hallway where zombies can literally fall on top of you from the second floor. It's also a way for me to kite them out of the mall and then loop back in through a loading bay or side door. With that though, it's time to give the OGs what they've been waiting for since the start of the video. Oh, and I'm also out of sleeps on the building, so I moved the cot onto the sky deck, where I can sleep on it twice before having to leave again. Hopefully this will be the last time I have to move it for now though. If everything goes according to plan, I should have the mall cleared out within the next 48 hours. After making it back to the mall on day 105, I headed to the ground floor and immediately got to work rounding up all of the zombies I could find. I know I'm not going to be able to pull all of them, but even if I can group up like 75% of these guys, it'll be a win. I use the double barrel since the shotgun blast has a larger radius than shouting, and it also helps create escape routes if needed. When I rounded up what I thought was a decent amount, I kited the ball outside and did what most of you scumbags have been waiting for since I reached this hellhole. By early afternoon, the first batch had been turned to ashes, landing me 231 fire kills. For the second run, I just went inside and rounded up another 100 or so stragglers, pulled them out into the parking lot, and lit them up too. Only this time, I got them too close to the mall. This is going to be a problem if I don't find extra water to put this out with. Luckily, I managed to find a bucket and filled it up in a bathroom, but it didn't get all of the flames, so I headed back inside to fill another stall. After spending several hours trying to put out the fire, I'm f***ed. I was planning on looting the place, but given that it's currently up in flames, I don't have a whole lot of time, so I just gave up trying to fight it and ran to the bookstore, searching for any Volume 5s and Carpentry 4. So here's a little known fact for Zomboid. If you leave the area and unload the cell, fire will stop spreading. Granted, as soon as you come back, it'll pick up right where it left off, but that's a problem for later you to figure out. And since I have no clue which books I do and don't need, I decided to just dip out and run home to collect myself and figure out next steps. Alright, I made a little notepad list of everything I need book-wise. Obviously, things like electrical are stupid, but I still really enjoy grinding skills in Zomboid. It's one of my favorite things to do in the game, even if those skills are ultimately pointless. With that being said, I still want to hit up the gun store in the northern end of the mall. So I figure I'll start with the bookstore, run the bag back to the skydeck, then head back in and grab what I can from the gun store. Worst case, there's another one right across the street I can loot as well. Oh, and while I'm there, I'm going to secure a van and another car that I'll be able to tow. This will be important in 2 weeks when I gotta get out of here, since I can bring any loot with me. Now since it's too dangerous to sleep on the cot, I just kept pushing back to the mall. This is probably a bit stupid, but I figured there isn't all that much time, so every hour counts. Sure, it'll be dark, but I could probably find a flashlight somewhere and deal with any stragglers in the open. Jackpot. It also helps that I have level 10 sneaking here as well. By the time I wrapped up on day 107, I'd managed to find all but 4 books, being Carpentry, Cooking, Metalworking, and Tailoring, all Volume 5s. By the time I'd made it back to the parking lot, a large portion of the mall interior was up in flames, meaning I didn't even have time to go check out the gun shop. And that being said, the parking lot is still loaded with cars, so I spent a good chunk of time that morning finding 2 working vehicles to escape with. Until I realized that the vans can't pull each other. So I guess I'll just be taking one then. With that, I moved the van to the east by the courtyard area before heading back inside and making my way back to the skydeck, since that's still the safest way to and from the mall and the distillery. By the time I got back to base, it was around noon, so I went out to harvest some tomatoes, hitting farming level 2. After that was done, I started a massive reading bender. I've got 5 books to get through, starting with Carpentry Volume 4 and ending with Trapping Volume 1. And thus started the great epic of spamming skill books for 3 days straight. No sleep, no bathroom breaks, only stopping to shove tomatoes down my throat, before finishing up Trapping Volume 1 at 11:50 p.m. on day 109. After waking up on day 110, I headed down to harvest my plants, only to find all of my cabbages had died. I was too distracted with reading f***ing skill books that I forgot to check my crops. Luckily, the potatoes are still growing, so I shouldn't have to worry about food for the rest of my time here. With the farming taken care of, it's time to grind out some other skills, starting with tailoring. I've got a ton of thread and ripped sheets to work through, so I climbed up to the rooftop and started adding and removing padding to a leather jacket. I managed to hit tailoring level 4 at midnight going into day 111. After waking up, I went back down and finished dismantling all of the watches and cameras I had on me. When that was done, I went back to the lot in the north to retrieve that black car I had a while back. with plans to use that to grind out a few levels of mechanics. Which, speaking of mechanics, I forgot how abysmal it is to work with. Having to click for each instance, even on fails instead of instantly retrying, is horrible design. Speaking of trash design, I love how sometimes you'll just do the stab animation and completely miss the zombie, phasing through them and allowing them to grab you. Thankfully, it wasn't insta-death, which means I'll be alright. Anyway, by the end of the day, I'd gotten about halfway to Mechanics Level 2. The next day, I finished off Mechanics Level 2 and spent the rest of the day reading Tailoring Volume 3 and Mechanics Volume 2, finishing up at 2:30 the following day. Since I worked through the night, I just decided to keep working away at tailoring before running out of thread just after midnight on day 114. Now, most of day 114 was spent deciding which gear I'd be taking with to my next base. Obviously, I'll be keeping the books because I just spent days fighting through them all for them. I also chose weapons like machetes, katanas, crowbars, but when it came to firearms, I just kept a double barrel and a magnum, opting to leave guns and ammo for the M9, the 1911, and the M77 rifle behind. I'm also going to leave the generator behind since I don't know how I'd be able to get a car all the way back over here instead of just heading south from the mall. I do need to be fully out of here by the end of day 120, so I decided that I'll start working on moving tomorrow since it'll take a full day just to get all the gear moved across the sky deck. On the morning of day 115, I headed up to the roof, grabbed as much gear as I could carry, and set off for the mall. I did end up dropping the full trapping set in order to carry additional fuel, figuring that I'll use farming and fishing as a way to obtain food on top of all the canned goods I could find at a grocery store. After a 10-hour walk, I reached the edge of the mall on the sky deck, but instead of heading up, I dropped my loot off and moved back a few dozen tiles. I'm too exerted to try to maneuver through an infested and torched mall at the moment, so my plan is to make 2 to 3 runs without being encumbered so that I could better navigate the situation. After waking up early the next morning, I made my move. Over the course of about 7 hours, I made 3 separate trips from the roof down to the courtyard. Luckily, most of the zombies were still pooled in the west side of the mall, so there weren't that many zombies outside of the food court area. By 11 a.m., I was fully packed up and ready to go. All that was left to do was get the hell out of Louisville. I'm not sure if it was due to zombie migration or if the back roads really were that empty, but the initial start of the drive was incredibly easy. Even the highway portion wasn't all that bad. The military checkpoint was a little rough, but since I'd already cleared that area like 100 days ago, it was also pretty easy to navigate. All in all, I was able to get out of Louisville by that afternoon, hitting the road and heading straight for West Point. I guess I shouldn't say road though, more like train tracks. It may seem stupid, but I didn't want to risk getting stuck in a wreckage portion of the road, and only way to guarantee that didn't happen was to stay on the tracks, which should take me safely over the bridge and into West Point. After making it to Twiggy's that evening, I jumped out of the van, grabbed some machetes, and got to work clearing out the area. It didn't take nearly as long as I was anticipating though, and by 7 p.m. I was able to secure the second floor of the bar. This will serve as my base for the next 4 months. If you're wondering why Twiggy's instead of the other popular base locations, well, it's pretty simple logic. I have the claustrophobic trait, and it doesn't proc on the second floor of Twiggy's, making it a great location for me. On the morning of day 117, I took some time to move everything up to the second floor where I'll be living for the next 120 days. Once everything was crammed into a pile on the floor, I grabbed a backpack and a sledge and hit up the gun store, looting it for any 12-gauge shells I could find. Why am I not looting the entire store? Well, because it's not going anywhere, so if I need more ammo, I'll just come back and grab it. I also only brought some shotguns, so the other ammo doesn't really do anything for me at the moment. With the ammo safely secured, I headed back to Twiggy's, grabbed all my hand axes, and got to work chopping down some of the nearby trees. Moving into the next day, I cleared out some of the groups of zombies sitting around the surrounding cells. I'm gonna need a ton of ripped sheets to start building out log walls for Twiggies, so the big goal for today was to gather as many as possible. By the end of the day, I'd managed to pull in over 500 ripped sheets, which should get me around 120 log walls. Day 119 was all about getting the logs placed in where I want to start building them from. The goal is to just wall in Twiggies and then add a gate on the road. I'm not entirely sure if that's all necessary, but it'll make everything look a bit nicer. This went on for another day until I ran out of logs on day 120. I'm gonna need some more axes before continuing, and I know a few hardware places downtown to hit. But before I do that, I need to stock up on food. Luckily, there's a giant Gigamart literally across the street from me, so I hit that up first. After loading up my inventory with non-perishables and butter, I dropped everything off and moved up the road to the hidden hardware store. Sadly, this place only had one singular hand axe, not at all what I was hoping for. I'm gonna see if I'll be able to get the rest of the logs needed, but if not, there's a ton of warehouses in the southeast that should have a few wood axes to grab up. On day 122, I finally got all my logs placed and was ready to start the building process. All I need now is for it to start raining. Of course, I say that and I wake up to it snowing, even though it's almost 44 degrees outside. While the PZ gods googled what temperature water freezes at, I got to work building out my walls. Managing to get most of it finished by the afternoon. The only problem? I'm out of logs again. The good news is I completely forgot that I had wood glue and I can use that to repair some of the hand axes, so I did that and got to work yet again. This continued for several more days until I ran out of wood glue on day 126, meaning no more fixing up my axes. I still need a few more logs to finish the build with though, so I spent the afternoon putting up the rest of the walls that I had the logs for. On the morning of day 127, I woke up and prepped for the trip to the warehouses in the south, only to notice it was raining outside. Wanting to take advantage of this, I changed focus and spent the morning planting a massive garden in my new backyard. When I say spent the morning, what I really mean is most of the entire day, since I didn't finish the garden until late in the afternoon. It was also thunderstorming at this point, so no real reason to head out to the warehouses today, just considering how infested they are. Day 128 was a big one for me. I got an early start on the morning, making it to the warehouses before 9 AM. There's a ton of zombies here, and it's still thunderstorming, so no way this ends horribly, right? Well, as a matter of fact, it went pretty smoothly. I grouped up a few hundred zombies, looped them through the fencing near the self-storage section, then hopped a fence and circled back through the woods. The only downside with this was the fact that, there's no fucking axes here. Like, I found one hand axe in the entire warehouse, which isn't gonna do shit for me, which means it's onto the self-storage lockers. This took several hours of looping the zombies throughout the storage units, slowly whittling away at their numbers until around 6 PM, when I finally ran out of shotgun shells. guess I'll be coming back tomorrow to finish what I started. It wasn't for nothing though, as I added around 400 extra kills to my kill total today. The next morning, I found myself back at the self-storage, continuing to chunk away at the hordes on the outside. A better player would simply group up the zombies and kite them into the woods, but ever since I did those kill series, all I want to do is brute force my way through the hordes now, so I guess this is my new Zomboid character arc. By 10 AM, I'd wiped out most of the zombies in the area and could finally start looting. The best part of the entire day was that I only found one axe, but it wasn't even from the storage units. It was just stuck in the back of a zombie. Anyway, to end the day, I put up some artwork that I looted from some of the storage units. Day 130 was all about finishing up the walling for the base. I finished up the walling just after 4 PM, and all that's left to do now is build out a gate, which I still need door hinges for. On day 131, I hit up the Gigamart to disassemble some doors. After clearing out some more zombies, of course. I need hinges and doorknobs for the gate, so I spent the morning working on that. By the afternoon, I'd fully completed the gate and could now start focusing on the interior. Now that the walls are complete, I wanted to focus on securing some fuel for the long term. I stole a generator from the self-storage the other day, and there's a gas station on Main Street that I plan to hit up, so let's get to it. Admittedly, it took a few hours to deal with all the zombies though. At first, I tried to kite them through some trees, only to walk into another horde behind them. So in the end, I had to keep looping through some of the houses and losing them on the corners before dealing with the 50 or so stragglers. Now that I'm all fueled up and ready to go, I dropped everything off at the base and spent the rest of the day dealing with the zombies that had been starting to roam over into the cell. Shout out zombie migration. With the fuel secured, it's time to find a bed. This was pretty straightforward. I simply woke up, grabbed a bunch of firepower, and headed into West Point to try to loot a decent quality bed to bring home with me. Admittedly, there were way too many zombies to try and fight through though, so I started kiting them around and pushing them up to the north. This kinda worked initially, but there's just too many zombies and not enough corners to hide around to pull this off. So even after moving a few hundred, I'd walk back to the car to find 100 more. Eventually, I was able to lose them by cutting through a house, jumping out a bedroom window, and looping into another house next door, but this was only temporary. Even when it came to the beds, I was looking for a single, not a king-size double, and on the off chance I found time to try to pick one up, this happened. By 10 o'clock, I was fed up and just drove off. I did try again later that afternoon by the furniture store though, after heading back to pick up my shotgun, though I didn't even use it here. I wanted on the record that for once in my Zomboid career, I said no to firearms and went in with hammers instead. Granted, it took a solid 4 hours to kill everything, but I did it, walking away with a comfy chair instead of a bed. It was true 100 days ago, and it's true today. The biggest weakness in my combat skills right now is still spears. Well, that and axes, but I prefer them as tools, so we're staying with spears. So here's what I'm going to do about it. It's actually, I think, a pretty solid plan for once. To start, we're going to do some foraging. I know, personally I'd rather eat nails, but foraging will get us the gear needed to craft spears, especially because I left all my knives back in Louisville. And once we have enough spears, we can start clearing the residential area of West Point. Why are we wanting to do that? Well, because I want to hunt for some VHS tapes, and the houses are going to be the best way to go about that, considering there's no VHS store in West Point, at least to my knowledge. The only real joy to come out of today was the fact that I leveled up Nimble to 4. God, I fucking hate this. This lasted for a good 4 or 5 hours, until I got so bored that I just gave up and began picking up sticks to turn into spears with. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, I'd managed to craft 41 spears. Probably not enough to take the residential area, but certainly enough to start. Speaking of starting, this kicked off near the preschool, since there's an open field behind it that I could always kite zombies through if things got too rough. But the entire concept was really simple. Swing spear at zombie, kill zombie, profit. Naturally, whenever I cleared a small horde, I'd take a few minutes to shred all of the clothing so I could keep grinding away at tailoring. By early afternoon, I'd pushed my way into the lower portion of the residential area. It was around this time that I got way too cocky and started honking my horn, pulling in hundreds of zombies instead of fighting these small clusters of like 10 that I was originally working with. I was able to split them up by losing them around some fencing at the preschool, but by that point I was exerted and tired. Now, luckily, that doesn't really matter with spears, considering they always have that potential to one-shot, so I was able to still clear out the nearest group before ducking into a house for the night. This whole process continued for several days, with me looting houses and leveling up my spear skill throughout. By the time I'd called it quits on day 137, I leveled up my spear skill twice, burned through about 30 of them, and found a whopping 0 VHS tapes in the 8 or so houses I broke into. I did, however, walk away with around 1,000 ripped sheets to use towards tailoring, so that was nice. After consolidating all of my thread, I was up to 103, which should be more than enough to get me through the next 2 levels. So now what? Well, I've got a ton of small checklist items to improve my living situation that don't involve stabbing zombies with things, so that was my focus on day 138. For starters, I needed more storage. Even with the crates I'd built out, there were still tons of items just strewn throughout Twiggies. So to deal with that, I chopped down a few dozen trees to stockpile logs. This worked out in 2 ways, since I could saw the logs into planks for crates, and I could use the tree branches for more spears later on. With those logs, I built 6 crates, 4 for general storage and 2 for tailoring, along with a shelf to store my thread. This left me with 47 extra planks. I could have done anything with them, but I figured it was time to finally start building out a sensible living area upstairs. For starters, how about a bedroom? Those are always nice to have, right? I took the back corner for myself and set up some framing for it. Since I didn't have enough planks to finish off the walls, I changed focus to building out a small library as well. I only placed 4 bookshelves here since I'd already read all of the Volume 1 books, so there's no reason to keep a spot for them. Once I was out of planks though, it was time to restock on water. There's 23 empty bottles currently, and since they can't be filled with rainwater, I took them out to the river to refill. I'd throw those in the campfire in the morning once the rain settles. With that taken care of though, the rest of the day was spent moving food down to the bar counter. I have plans to turn that into a kitchen, but I want to get an oven before I fully dive into that. As promised, the first thing I did on day 140 was boil a ton of water. The plastic bottles didn't take, but that's alright, I can just move them over to glass bottles as I drink them. So what next? Oh, there's a bridge full of scrap metal for me to destroy, I just need to find some propane first. The only problem with that is West Point is more of a charcoal kind of city. Not a lot of Hank Hills hanging out in this part of the map, so the only real option I have is to start wandering through residential areas again and hope I get lucky once or twice. By 6 o'clock, I'd found one whole propane grill in the city and called it for the day. Day 141 was a complete wash because I'd originally ended my recording session on day 140, but completely forgot to stop the game, so Steamy Ray Vaughn just kinda stood around for almost an entire in-game day, nearly killing him in the process and scaring the piss out of me when I realized it about 45 minutes later. Alright. It's impossible for you guys to tell, but I took a short break between days 140 and 141, and in that time, I came up with a list of shit to do to keep me busy, so I don't go insane just staring at a wall. Here's what I came up with, in no particular order. 1. Find an oven. 2. Loot the school. 3. Grind metalworking at the bridge, at the town hall, or at the school as well. 4. Get a new car. Turns out the ghost of Paul Walker lives on after all. 5. Grind mechanics so I can repair cars easier. And 6. Loot the police station. I'm sure I'll come up with more because that's not enough to make this 3 more months here just bearable, but that should keep me busy for a few weeks, hopefully. To start though, let's go with finding a new car, because the one I have currently keeps randomly failing due to me using it as an impromptu battering ram. Oops. Well, it didn't take longer than an hour before I found another Pedomobile 5000 sitting in the grocery store parking lot. It even had duct tape in the trunk. Well, you know what they say, new van, new gun. The M14 isn't going to be as effective as the double barrel for sure, and there's certainly not enough ammo to really make much of a dent, but it's always nice to spice it up a bit every once in a while. Steamy Ray Vaughn may be the only person left in the world, but there's a good reason for it. This is what happens if you don't drive drunk, folks. In all seriousness, the lack of zombies in the area was a bit concerning, but I didn't let that stop me from spending the morning dismantling all of the wreckage on the bridge. By 1:30, I'd hit metalworking too, so I grabbed all the scrap metal I could get my hands on and headed home for the day. And just like that, 1/3 of my list is already completed in one day. I'm gonna need to think of some more shit to do. Well, let's keep going then, I guess. Today's agenda. Oven. There's a Spiffo restaurant nearby that I can use for all of my cooking necessities, so I started there. Aside from looting the place at like 9:30, a zombie threw itself through the window, and it reminded me a ton of that South Park Imagination Land episode where they just keep breaking into the Pentagon and diving through the windows. You remember that? Want to see something really fucking stupid? You need electrical level 5 to pick up an oven. Just Zomboid things. On the bright side, I had like 60 watches and cameras getting me to level 3, so I only need to find 2 more levels worth of shit to stab with a screwdriver. I know, I could just go grab an antique oven from somewhere, but where's the fun in that? Since it was still foggy and gross out, I just went home and spent the rest of the day reading Metalworking Volume 2. The next day, I loaded up the van with a shotgun and all of my .308 rounds for the M14 and set off for the school. Because if I've learned anything, it's that American public school systems seem to be the best place for target practice. Edgy jokes aside, I f***ed up here and completely forgot to take stock of what books I still needed, so most of day 144 was spent just clearing out the school with spears and checking the lockers and desks for any magazines I didn't read yet. This lasted until around mid-morning when I gave up and just swapped over to the M14. By that afternoon, I'd started to make a dent, but it really wouldn't matter all that much, considering by the time I'd get back here the following morning, zombie migration would have already filled in the holes. Day 145 was back at the school, but this time with a list. No, not a 13 reasons list, but more like a pick these up before the start of the school year list, except instead of Target, it's the library. With the school's library looted, I still needed about 4 books, so I decided to head upstairs and start clearing out the classrooms one at a time. By the end of all that, all I needed was Electrical Volume 5, and let's be honest, I'm not gonna get much use out of that one anyway, so after finding Metalworking Volume 5, I hopped back in the van and drove home to Twiggy's. The rest of day 145 was spent reading all of the recipe magazines I'd found at the school, since it was a bit too late in the day to really do anything else. Day 146 was supposed to be a boring day, where I worked on mechanics a bit while waiting for the fog to clear, only to realize that I don't have a lug wrench. It's weird because I thought I had several, but clearly I don't. So it was off to the mechanic shop just east of the city. It was relatively easy to find, but while I was there, I took a tour of the building, grabbing anything else of value, which inevitably caught the attention of some of the zombies. At this point, I've already grabbed what I came here for, so I whipped out the shotgun and got to work. With the zombies taken care of, it was back to looting. I only focused on grabbing heavy-duty equipment since that's what both of my vans are. It just makes sense to keep them considering they can hold over 150 weight worth of items in the trunk alone. Alright, now it's time for the grinding days. To kick things off, I siphoned all of the fuel out of the news van. Once that was done, I grabbed all my tools and scalped the thing for any good parts, such as the battery, the muffler, and some of the tires. But once we were down to the shell, I started pulling all the shitty parts back onto it. This took the rest of the day to complete, but I did manage to hit Mechanics Level 3, so I'll take the win. I chose to celebrate my successes by getting absolutely shit-faced before passing out upstairs. Just blue-collar things, you know. Normally, I would have continued into the next day here, but some of the crops were ready for harvest. Luckily, it was only the carrots and some of the radishes, so I was able to hit level 4 off of them and spend the rest of the day reading. The tomatoes aren't ready yet, but the potatoes will be seed bearing soon, so I wanted to get farming volume 3 read before that time, so I could hopefully just power level through with the next batch. Though this does mean I needed to finally turn the generator on in order to power the fridge and freezer, where I'll be storing all my food. With farming volume 3 read, it was back to working on mechanics, at least until the next round of crops is ready to harvest. I figured that'll work well with cooking, and if nothing else, I can just make a shit ton of salads or something that'll help boost my skill up. Maybe get some fishing in and add that to the menu, instead of just butter and canned peaches for once. Back to mechanics though, there's diminishing returns with each run through, since I'm breaking a part or two each time, so in one full run, I'd only earned about 250 XP, and you can only really do that car once per 24 hours. So when I finished with the van, I moved over to the other ship boxes in the parking lot and started grinding away at those too. Going into day 150, it was much the same. I harvested a few more radishes, but outside of that, I'm still waiting on the potatoes, tomatoes, and strawberries for the big haul. After several days of click grinding in a way only comparable to running agility courses in RuneScape, I finally hit mechanics level 4. Now all that's left to do is wait for my crops to be seed bearing and we're golden. To pass the time, I started reading the next mechanics book. Of course, I say that and then wake up on day 152 to almost all of the plants being seed bearing. It took less than an hour to burn through 2 farming levels, getting me to level 6 before stopping for the day. There's still a ton of tomatoes left to work through, but they can wait until I finish up farming volume 4. This bled over into day 153, so if you're wondering how long it takes to read a volume 4 book with slow reader, the answer is 14.5 hours. After waking up, it was right back to harvesting more tomatoes, leveling me to farming 7 in the process. I've still got a few strawberry plants to get through, so I'm hoping that'll be enough to get me to the last farming book, but we'll just have to wait and see. With what time I had left in the day, I wrapped up Mechanics Volume 3. To kick off day 154, I got some fishing in for the first time in the entire playthrough. The strawberries were ready for harvest, but I still had another day or two to kill before they were seed bearing, and I figured, what better way to waste time than with every middle-aged white guy's favorite time waster. I also wanted to enjoy the AFK grind for once before Indiestone f***ed up this skill too. And I was honestly pretty shocked at some of the catches I reeled in, considering I wasn't even level 1 yet. By the time I did hit level 1 though, I'd grabbed a few bass, a few catfish, and even a 64 centimeter pike. It's only about 100 centimeters smaller than my personal best, but I'm sure we'll get there one day. Once I was back home, I filleted all of my fish, pushing me to cooking level 1. I thought I had a good chance to hit cooking level 2 tonight, but I'd need to use the campfire, so I took advantage of that and went ahead and filled up all my empty water bottles with tainted water to boil. And just like that, we're cooking level 2 and ready to start the next book. I did something different here, and started off the day by reading Cooking Volume 2 instead of waiting until the end of the day. The reasoning? Well, you're about to see. I'm not kidding, I spent literally the entire day cooking and eating stir fries. By the end of day 155, I was cooking level 3 and really had no plans of slowing down. The strawberries still weren't ready yet, but honestly, that wasn't a bad thing. I was already running out of space in the fridge, so it gave me an extra day to grind out some more cooking. By the time I'd stopped for the night, I only needed about 330 XP to reach level 4, so I should be able to hit that by 158 at the latest. Day 157 kicked off with me harvesting some of the strawberries. The best thing about them is that you don't need to replant them after you harvest. You can get multiple runs with the strawberry plants, at least until they die. As it turns out though, you can't add them to a stir fry. I mean, it makes sense, but still, the next thing I could think of was to find a bowl. I thought there was one of those at the Spiffle restaurant, but apparently not, so it was onto the grocery store. Not only did I manage to grab a bowl, but I grabbed 2 soup pots, another griddle pan, and a saucepan. So here's the strat. While I make these massive over-the-top stir fries, I'll use the berries in my salads. Except I won't eat the salads, I'll simply dump them back out once they've been made. This took a few more hours, but by that afternoon, I was officially cooking level 4 and ready to start working on the next book. That'll be what I do tomorrow though, since I spent the rest of the day planting more crops. Like I just said, all of day 158 was spent reading the Cooking Volume 3 book. As a quick break from cooking, farming, mechanics, and all the other grinding I decided to do today, I headed back to the factory warehouses in the southeast. I know I was there like a month ago, but I was looking for axes and generators. Now I need propane. After spending about 3 hours searching through the warehouses and self-storage, I walked away with half a tank. Thrilling. Moving into day 160, I wanted to get some use out of the propane tanks, so I headed into the city, stopping at the town hall. If you don't know, there's like 100 metal chairs in here that can be disassembled for scrap metal and a shit ton of XP. It also gave me an excuse to whip out the shotgun and start farming zombies again, which is twofold when you consider all of the digital watches and ripped sheets just waiting to be looted. I must be making some sort of progress here though, because most of the area was cleared out by lunchtime. Now I could have just gone straight in and started disassembling all of those chairs, but instead I spent most of the day loot whoring all the zombie corpses out front. With the town hall somewhat secured, I spent the next 2 days disassembling all of the chairs in the town hall, leveling up 1 time and almost getting me to metalworking 4. The only downside to that now is we don't have a place to watch the mayor grab Leslie Knope's boob whenever he has another heart attack. Continuing this mini skill grind segment, I now have almost 2,000 ripped sheets and 150 thread. It's gotten to the point where I filled almost 2 full crates with ripped sheets, so it's time to clean that out a bit. After a full day of giving myself carpal tunnel, I hit tailoring level 6, which means I spent all of day 164 reading the next skill book. Now begins the biggest stretch of, oh my god, I'm gonna throw myself out the window, of the entire playthrough. Days 165 and 166 were spent clicking the same box 500 times to add and remove padding, while slowly burning through my thread and ripped sheets to reach tailoring level 8. After hitting level 8, I spent all of day 168 reading the volume 5 book, only to get hit with another Zomboid bug and have the book reset to half progress after I finished it and stood up. No idea what happened, or what could have caused this, or why it happened. It couldn't be a mod conflict because there's only like 3 mods on the server and their mod manager, pillows random spawns, and kill count. I don't know. It was really stupid, but I got through it, which meant it was back to more tailoring. I hit level 9 on day 171 before running out of thread the next morning on day 172. On the bright side, it gave me a short break after spending over a week doing the same thing over and over and over again. So with my newfound free time, I grabbed 2 hammers and hit up Main Street to gather the last of the thread I needed to finish off the skill. This continued into day 173 until I gathered around 40 thread and headed home to officially max the tailoring skill. Once that was completed, I took a few hours to add leather strip padding to all of my gear for that extra 20% protection. I'm gonna be honest, at this point in the playthrough, I was really committed to the skill grind, and now that I'd maxed tailoring, it was time to change focus to maxing some other skills, like carpentry. I'm currently about halfway through level 7, so to get a guarantee on that, I spent all of day 174 chopping down trees and gathering logs. The next morning, I got to work by sawing all of those logs into planks, which I then used to start building up a second floor of Twiggies, starting with finishing up the bedroom. With the bedroom fully walled in, I moved over to the library and added framing and walls to that section as well. To end the day, I moved outside and got to work building a drinking fountain. These have become a staple on the Zomboid servers I host, where you build a staircase with a small platform on top. Once it's built out, you can add rain collectors up there to catch rain. Then below those collectors, you can add a counter and a sink that can be plumbed to the rain collectors, effectively giving you unlimited clean drinking water. Day 176 was spent collecting garbage bags to use for the public drinking fountain. 4 is the minimum needed to make 1, but I'd be more comfortable with 3 rain collectors, which means we need to find 12 bags. Easy enough, considering there's a ton of garbage cans lying around Main Street for me to scavenge. In total, it took about an hour for me to find all 12. Mainly because those big dumpsters carry 2 in each, and they're usually stacked 2 or 3 together at a time. So I managed to find 6 at the Gigamart literally across the street, and then 4 more behind Spiffos, with the last 2 coming from the garbage cans inside the Spiffo restaurant. It took another hour or so to build out all 3 rain collectors, meaning all I need to do now is find a sink, which I stole from the bathroom. Alright, that should do it. All we need to do now is wall in the bottom of the build. If you didn't know, the sink needs to be inside by Project Zomboid standards. So you just need to slap framings around the perimeter, using these stairs as the quote-unquote door. It should look something like this, likely smaller if you're just going for a basic one though. To end the day, I got my carpentry skill to level 8 by crafting another 47 spears. You already know where this is going. To kick off day 178, I built out a sheet rope escape out of the second story window. It's also just a lazy way to check on the gardening every morning. So now what? Well, how about a sky deck to the middle of the river where I can set up my own fishing spot in complete safety? But why, Preds? Couldn't you just walk over there and build out a few tiles and then add some fencing so you can see the zombies coming? Yeah, I could, but this is way stupider and it's keeping me busy, so just let me have this. If you haven't caught on yet, day 179 was more chopping trees. I figured I'd need over 100 planks, but that's not all that difficult to do, so I spent the morning pissing off the Lorax before spending the evening sawing those logs into planks. With all of those planks, I built a sky deck all the way out to the northern river. Sure, it took 2 days of doing nothing but building wood flooring, but it was worth it. Kind of. At least, that's what I'm going to keep telling myself. This last portion was actually risky enough that I had to go into a different session and test it to make sure I wouldn't just die. But I literally sheet roped down into the water, basically becoming Zomboid Jesus. Following up the events of the previous days, it's time to try out the new dock, only for my fishing rod to break as soon as I cast a line. For some reason, you need a nail to fix your rod, so I had to walk all the way back to the base, fix the rod, and then walk all the way back out, where the exact same f***ing thing happened again. Using all of the fish I'd caught yesterday, I chopped them up, and spent the morning making various stir-fries to boost my cooking. In the afternoon, I worked on foraging because I was on a Discord call and not really paying attention to anything. Which brings us to day 184, and yes, I read the f***ing book. On to day 185 though. We're back to every middle-aged, blue-collared white man's dream, fishing in silence. Don't worry, this wasn't just day 185 though. No. That'd be way too simple. No, I did this for 5 more f***ing days until 190. Wanna know how many levels I gained during that time? Well, not many. Mainly because it takes a full day to read a book, and on day 188, I spent a good several hours refilling all of my water bottles because it rained for the first time since installing the drinking fountain, and I wanted to try it out. Oh, and then the crops were ready for harvest, and I got distracted doing the whole fillet thing on all the fish, totally not impersonating Lemmy Winks and doing bass to mouth or anything like that, no. And then on day 190, I didn't even fish. I just read the Farming Volume 5 book and Cooking Volume 4 book, so I really only gained like a level and a half during this whole stretch. After reading both books, I harvested the rest of the crops, bringing me to level 9 farming. With the excessive crops and all of the fish I'd caught from the past week, I don't have enough room in the fridge or freezer to hold them. So, to deal with that, I just started making tons of stews and soups and stir fries to try to lighten the load. Sure, I'll end up looking like the next contestant of my 600-pound life, but at least I'll have the storage room to prevent my food from rotting. This continued into the next day as well. I wasn't really making much progress towards leveling cooking anymore, but I was making steady progress towards clearing space out. I can't wait to move again though, because I have another base location already picked out, and I'd be able to store all of this through the rest of the playthrough and never have to worry about food again, but for now, we'll just continue being fat. Day 193 was a prep day. I started off by clearing out all of the infected crops from the last run, before planting new rows of potatoes and tomatoes. This should hopefully be enough to max the skill. To deal with the fact that I'm always overloading my fridge, I staggered the planting approach, starting with potatoes. After a few more days, I'll throw in the tomatoes, which should give me a few more days in between each of the harvests just to keep the fridge fully stocked. Since gardening took up the entirety of day 193, the prep continued into 194. Except instead of trying to swoon Professor Garlic anymore, I was focused on the van. It's got an 8% hood, but I should be able to repair it with a metal sheet. All set. Now onto the second half of the prep work, raiding the police station. Now, because I've been going to war with this city for like 2.5 months, there aren't too many zombies in the surrounding cells, which made it incredibly easy to break into the armory. Unfortunately, it's not jam-packed with M16s and thousands of bullets, but I did manage to grab a new shotgun, a pistol, and a few boxes of ammo. Luckily, there's still the remains of the gun store to scrape up, so I headed there and cleared out everything except the 223 and 38 special rounds. That being said, I'm not bringing all of this with me since I'm going to need a considerable amount of this for the next base location in about 40 days, which means no shotguns. Then there's the fact that magnums are better than the Desert Eagles, so no deagles on this journey. I also removed the M9 since there's no need for it if I'm going to be rocking a magnum for now. That leaves the M14, the M625 revolver, and the 44 Magnum. And about 100 space in the trunk, so I grabbed those 47 spears I'd made the other day and tossed them in for good measure. So what's all this prep for? Well, to be honest, I think I've kind of accomplished everything there is to do in West Point for now. So I thought it'd be fun to head on over to the Valley Station Mall, clear it out, and see what skills I could grind over there. The only issue with the drive was that there was a thick layer of fog in the morning, which made it feel more like I was driving through the ending of The Mist than Zomboid. Anyway, I made it to the mall before 9 AM, and oh my god, was it loaded with zombies. It reminded me a ton of the streets of Louisville, just caked in zombies. This should be fun. There were so many here that they stopped rendering in. It got to the point where if I even looked at the horde, my frames would plummet to single digits. By 4 p.m., I'd broken my M14, meaning I'm down to just the Magnum and the other revolver. Not like it's a huge deal though, considering I was down to my final 23 bullets in it anyway. By 5 p.m., I reached the van and headed back to Twiggy's for the night. No sense in overstaying my welcome just yet. At this point, it was clear we needed more firepower, so I grabbed around 300 12-gauge shells and set back out for the mall the next morning. I then proceeded to spend the entire day burning through all 300 shells. Gentlemen, and statistically at least 5 ladies, does it look like I made a f***ing dent? I killed over 700 zombies today. Could you even tell if I didn't say that out loud? On day 197, I swapped to the M625 revolver. It's got over 400 rounds to burn through, which probably won't show much progress, but baby steps over the course of a week or so will start to show results. By the end of the day, I'd expended all my ammo and added another 300 kills to the board. It also means that the only ammo I really have left now are 9mm and 12-gauge shells, which I'm saving for the final base location. TLDR, it's gonna be melee from here on out. I kicked off day 198 with a machete, but the best part was that I wasn't even inside the fencing of the mall. Literally the entire morning was spent fighting in the field next to a parked van. I did have time to move the chair out of the trunk and set it out in the field to recover at in between engagements though. But that's still damn near impossible to pull off when there's thousands of zombies surrounding you. It took most of the day, one spear and most of a machete, but by that afternoon, I'd finally cleared out the field next to the mall. Now to deal with the 2,000 or so zombies sitting inside the fencing. I tried my hand at pushing in, but ended up pounding through almost all of my vitamins before heading back to base that night. It's been about a week since I planted the potatoes, and it's raining out, so I took advantage of that and filled the rest of the furrows with tomato plants. Once the crops were planted, it was back out to the mall for more combat. I'm trying to get through one major horde per day, which, personally, I think is a good enough challenge. The problem isn't even the fighting or the corpse sickness though, it's having to constantly manage my endurance since spears just burn through it. I could keep going day by day here, but if we're gonna be real, it's basically just the same thing over and over and over and over again. So we'll do a little montage here and then cut to the day I finally made it into the mall. Sound good? Awesome. Think of this like a little intermission, a little snack break. Maybe go get some nachos, grab a Busch Light or 6, like the video, remember to sub, I don't know, it's your life. Now I did make it into the mall on day 201, but I didn't really consider it in the mall, if you feel me. What I mean here is I physically entered the mall, but it was just to find food and water, not to loot the place. That would be several more days of grinding, so let's get back to it. There was a break in the action on day 205 when I accidentally slammed my car into a tree. In my defense, trees. But it left me with glass lodged in my left hand. Now, unfortunately, I didn't get the car crash because I had my recording paused since it was just hours of fighting and driving and I didn't need to stockpile that footage, but I did get everything after the wreck. Oh, and if you're wondering where the blue van is, same issue. It ended up taking most of the day to walk back home, but I was eventually able to remove the glass and stitch up my hand for now. So now that I was out of commission for a few days, I figured it'd be a great idea to sit down and start pounding through the first aid skill. It's undisputedly the easiest skill to max in Project Zomboid and can be done in like a week with the books. So how is it done? Well, simple really. You just take your socks and shoes off and then die hard your way to victory by standing on the glass. You can use tweezers to pull the glass out faster than your hands, and as long as you're standing over the glass, new shards will be automatically stapled back into your feet. Comforting, right? On top of that, you can stack the removal of glass, so instead of having to constantly check on your injuries, you can set your character to remove glass like 50 times and then step away. In total, it took around 5 days to fully max the skill. I guess now's a good time for a skill check as well, so here you go. The stitches were ready to be taken out by that night, and by day 212, I was ready to party again. Ideally, I'd like to go back to the mall, but I needed another car before that. It took the entire morning, but I did manage to find a police cruiser in the afternoon, which means I can finally live out my superiority complex of shoot first, ask later. How exciting. It wasn't until I walked all the way home, grabbed gas, and walked back that I realized the battery was dead. Now, luckily, I do have a battery charger, but it just means another day just spent walking back and forth. On the morning of day 213, I grabbed the battery and made the several-hour walk back to the police cruiser, killed the zombies in the area, tossed the battery back under the hood, and drove it back to Twiggy's. After taking a look at the car, I think it's safe to say this thing was barely hanging on. The trunk and hood were busted, the left tire was about to fall off, the engine was at 44%, the brakes were terrible, and the left suspensions were half the quality of the right side of the car. Now, I don't have the propane needed to fix the hood or the trunk, so I'll need to find more canisters, but in the meantime, I was pretty sure I'd be able to find any of the replacement parts needed over at the mechanic shop just outside of the city. That'll come once we find some propane though, so that's first on the list. I managed to find another grill that afternoon, and naturally just decided to brute force my way over to it instead of kiting zombies around because, I mean, did you expect anything else? After getting back to base, I noticed that my weapons crate had been destroyed by zombies. Probably retaliation due to the war on the mall, if I had to guess. Regardless, I fixed the trunk and the hood to the police cruiser, sending me up to hit the mechanic shop tomorrow to address the other problems. Over at the mechanic shop, I found several replacement brakes, suspensions, batteries, and tires, so I got to work fixing up this shitbox. By the time I'd finished up, the condition was significantly improved. Of course, I don't want to brag about being an expert mechanic and tell you that there's literally no one better than me at doing this kind of stuff. And by stuff, I mean allowing all the wheels to fall off the car as soon as I started driving. Whoops. Anyway, after inflating the tires again, I drove the newly pimped out ride back to base and went to bed. Alrighty, it's been around 10 days since I was last at the Valley Station Mall, so I was expecting some of the zombies to have respawned. The only question was, how many? I will say, having sneaking and light-footed maxed out was a huge help here, since most of the zombies didn't aggro to me right away. This allowed me to maneuver my way through a few dozen zombies, taking them down one by one without alerting an entire horde to my location. Funny enough though, I was able to push into the mall by noon. And sure, it was only the loading bay and a back hallway, but it's still a pretty big progress compared to the week or so of just fighting in the parking lot. So now that we've got a foothold inside the mall, I took a chance and grabbed an additional 200 shotgun shells to help clear out the building faster. Well, it was bound to happen. I've lost count of how many cars I've gone through in West Point alone. It's been a great reminder of why I've avoided cars in Louisville. Regardless, I'm already out here, so might as well go all in. After spending all 200 shotgun shells, I'm up to 9,500 kills, but it still feels like I could go a month here before showing any real progress inside. So the mall is a no-go for now, mainly because it takes 6 to 7 hours just to walk over there, and when you factor in going there and back, it leaves us with like 3 hours of time to actually fight, which just isn't enough. I needed a plan. So while I sat around twiddling my thumbs trying to think of something, I had our boy Steamy Ray Vaughn spearfish. Alright, I think I've got the solution. From what I remember, there's a used car dealership at Crossroads. Sure, it means we've got to navigate through a bunch of car wreckage, but if we're lucky, there should be a car there or in that massive parking lot by the gas station. I reached Crossroads at around noon and got to work clearing out the area, checking the cars as I had time. By that evening, I'd landed on the red van. It's one of the luckier spawns where everything looks pristine on it, and even the battery still has a charge. With that, I hopped in the front seat, slapped the seatbelt out of the way because I'm not a f***ing nerd, cracked a beer, and drove back home. On the morning of day 219, I maxed the farming skill before the sun even rose. Unfortunately, I scraped my leg on a tree because I'm an idiot, so the entire day was spent foraging while I waited for my leg to heal. Normally, I would have just gone fishing, but my fridge is full on account of the Irish invasion, so there isn't really any room to store any excess fish. It took a few hours, but I managed to reach foraging level 4 by that afternoon and then began reading through the volume 3 book. This continued into the next day, with our hero Steamy Ray Vaughn finishing the book just before noon on day 220. As it stands, I've got about 20 more days in West Point before I've got to be fully moved into the next base location. Well, I guess not fully moved, but I gotta at least be fully removed from West Point. I've chosen Rosewood as my final base location, which kinda made me feel like I'm playing through Zomboid in reverse. Typically, I feel like players start in Rosewood, then move to West Point for a challenge, and then on to Louisville when they want to die. But in this instance, thanks to Pillow's random spawn, we start in Louisville, then move to West Point, and are now going to retire in Rosewood. Because we're on the home stretch here, I don't see a reason to continue destroying all of my cars by trying to reach the mall. So instead of doing that, I shifted to clearing the route to my final destination. This is all just a roundabout way of me saying day 220 was spent walking down the highway. I know I'm clear up till Crossroads, but I wanted to just see how brutal the rest of the way was, without risking my car in the process. I spent a few hours running down the road before just turning around since I figured I could just drive to Crossroads and then go on foot from there. Which is exactly what I did the following morning. Once I made it back to Crossroads, I parked the van and got to work killing all the zombies in the area. I'm not really sure why, but it felt like something that needed to be done. Once the zombies were mush on the concrete, I moved south down the highway. After about an hour or so into the walk, I stumbled onto some car wreckage. This is exactly what I was looking for. The plan here is simple. Clear the zombies in the area and start disassembling the wreckage so I can drive through it with ease. I mean, come on, do you know how depressing it'd be to make it 8 months only to die because I got a van stuck in some wreckage? After practicing my driving skills, it was back to the wreckage. This time, however, I brought my metalworking gear so I could, actually disassemble the wreckage blocking my path. And this, my friends, is why you add leather strips to your clothing. That extra 20% really does make all the difference. Anyway, most of the day was spent disassembling wreckage and fighting through waves of zombies. If you're wondering why I randomly paused here, well, it's because I'm such a fucking dork that I forgot to blink and my left contact literally dried out of my eye. So I had to pause it and go back to put it in. I don't know why I felt the need to share that with you, but it's your information now, so do with it what you will. By 1 o'clock, I'd hit metalworking level 4 and decided to stop work on the roads for the day in favor of heading home and reading through the next book. If you haven't caught on by now, the f*** are we even doing? On day 224, it was back to disassembling the wreckage. It only took a few hours, and by mid-morning, we officially had a clear path down the highway to Rosewood. Or at least Muldra. Which, speaking of Muldra, it's completely overrun. Pushing through it, there's one last wreckage buildup that needs to be partially cleared, which is the crossroads in the south. Now, not all of it needs to be fried into scrap metal, just a few choice wrecks that I need to bypass. This took maybe an hour tops, and after using a spare metal sheet to repair the van's hood, it was back through the hordes to make it home in time for dinner. With the path cleared, it's gonna be smooth sailing for the next few days. I don't want to do anything crazy, just get through these next 2 weeks. So to kick off my 2-week bender of relaxation, I started cooking through all of my food supplies. Mainly because all of my tomatoes are ready for harvest, and I quite literally don't have enough room to store them. After spending about 6 hours cooking over the campfire, I harvested the rest of my tomatoes, bringing in almost 300 of them and over 500 seeds. The cooking grind continued into day 226, since I now have over 300 tomatoes and no idea what to do with them. By the end of the day, I hit cooking level 8 and proceeded to spend all of day 227 reading through the volume 5 book. Over the next few days, I did nothing but fish. Like, seriously, I just spearfished for like 14 to 16 hours a day. Why? I don't know, it seemed like a good way to pass the time while giving my big dumb brain that dopamine rush of watching big number go up. Whenever the fridge and campfire were full, I just cooked through all of the fish, giving me a shit ton of cooking XP as well, before filleting all the fish afterwards. It took about 5 days to hit fishing level 4 and read the volume 3 book. Honestly, it served its purpose and helped to pass the last few days in West Point, as well as pushed me to get into a position to max my cooking skill. Fishing is a skill that I'm nervous to see the rework of in Build 42, so if this was my last run with it, I'm glad it could be in a video like this. I've got a little over a week left before I'm out of here, and what better way to kill some more time than by foraging? Do I plan on doing anything with the items I find? Absolutely not. In fact, about 99% of the shit I come across just gets discarded for the extra XP. By day 235, I'd leveled up foraging twice and read the volume 4 book, setting me up to max the skill over the course of the last 4 months. I'm in that weird time slot now, where there's less than a week left, but it's still a bit early to be moving, so I dedicated days 236 and 237 to spamming burpees up. This helped stabilize my weight before becoming a Honey Boo Boo spin-off, and gave me another way to burn through 2 of the more boring days of the playthrough. On day 238, I began loading up the van with gear that I'd be bringing to my new home. I was still suffering from some soreness on account of doing burpees for 48 hours, so I didn't want to leave the base just yet, but I'd be ready to head out first thing in the morning. I don't have enough space to bring everything, so I tried to focus on the essentials, along with the highest quality weapons. For example, I have 6 crowbars, so I grabbed 2 that were max condition, since there's no way I'll need all 6. With the van fully prepped, all that was left to do was hit the road in the morning. During the early hours of day 239, I set out for Rosewood. West Point was a joy to live in, but I'm ready to take on a new challenge. Sure, it's a few days early, but the rules are that I just need to be fully out of West Point on the 8th month survived, which I will be. And I won't have a static base in Rosewood until after that. You'll see why shortly. See, I've already survived the worst of the worst. I've gotten through Louisville in the winter on insane pop settings. I dominated West Point's streets and maxed several skills, but I haven't been able to really establish a large-scale base. I mean, come on, I used the brewery in Louisville because it was safe. I grabbed Twiggy's because it was safe. If I wanted to follow that trend, I'd go grab the bar in Muldra or the abandoned warehouse near Riverside. No. It's time for something much more difficult than that. It's time to take on the Rosewood Prison. Step 1 was simply getting there. Obviously, Muldra was congested, but other than that, it wasn't too horrible of a drive. When you think crowded streets, Rosewood isn't the first city to come to mind. Step 2 is where things get interesting. In order for this to truly become my base, I need to get rid of the infestation inside. Are you seeing why I was so concerned about conserving ammo at the mall? Well, don't worry, I've got a whole 5 boxes of shotgun shells. Surely that'll be enough. No, seriously, I'm gonna use these shells to pull as many of the zombies out of the prison as possible. Once they're all balled up, I'll loop back into the armory and grab any extra firepower I can get my hands on, and then use said firepower to deal with the bulk of the horde. It's something I've been prepping myself for months in all of my Zomboid server wipes. It's the main reason I've been spawning Rosewood and rushing the prison. No stress like doing it live in front of hundreds of people, right? Hopefully all of those streams are starting to make sense to you guys now instead of me just being redundant. Anyway, if I need to switch to melee, I've got that katana I've been holding onto since Louisville, and my skills are high enough that I can just chug through them. I've also been stockpiling vitamins for months now and have 10 full bottles of them, so sleep shouldn't be an issue. Just in case though, I'm going to try to clear a section near the armory to rest at whenever needed. Alright, enough talk, montage time. With the armory looted, I set a cot up on the roof of the second story portion of the building. It was only after hopping down that I was greeted with some general unease. Where the hell did all the zombies go? Well, naturally, they all crammed themselves into that small little lounge room. Just going through a rough estimate, but we're talking at least 1,000 zombies just mushed into like 50 tiles, which I thought was a little funny. By nightfall, I'd burned through all of my shotgun shells, including the 100 or so that I'd looted from the armory, and even after killing over 500 zombies, it still felt like we had several days to go before any real progress would be made. Honestly, this just felt like the mall, only instead of being able to leave when I wanted, I was stuck here indefinitely. On the bright side, a ton of zombies got stuck underneath the stairs somehow, so I was able to lose the rest of them and hide out on the rooftop near that cot. Shout out level 10 sneaking. I've still got around 300 rounds of 9mm on me, and I know there's several more boxes in the armory still, so hopefully that'll be put to good use tomorrow, but for now, I'm gonna sulk. After waking up the next morning, I tried to push back into the armory, mainly to clear out the zombies upstairs so I could sleep here again tonight, but once it became obvious that this was a losing effort, I just aimed for the bushes and nosedived off the roof. Most of the zombies are still on the ground floor, which was to be expected, so I tried to take advantage of that and stay with melee for a bit, focusing on clearing out the stragglers. Again, much like the mall, I took advantage of having level 10 sneaking and light-footed to avoid clustering all of the zombies together, which allowed me to focus on taking them out either one at a time or in small groups of less than a dozen. I also managed to get the chair out of the van and set it up in the grass so I could rest whenever I became exhausted. By that afternoon, I swapped to the pistol. Not because I was struggling with the zombies, but because I figured it'd take several hours to move most of them out of the armory building so that I could make it back to my cot for the night. At around 5:30, my M9 broke. Not to worry though, there were still several sitting in the armory, so all I needed to do was head back through the building, wave to the hundreds of zombies stuck in the Harry Potter room, and then loot the armory again, walking away with 3 M9s and almost 400 rounds of ammo. And for those of you who I'm sure have already commented, but what about the corpse sickness, Preds? It's obviously a fucking thing. We just edited around it because this is a video and no one wants to watch me sit down in the grass for 30-minute increments, you fucking half-eaten lollipop. On day 241, I woke up at around 5 AM and immediately got back to it. This time though, I didn't start off with melee. I just opened the door and pulled a Danny DeVito, until being pushed back enough to jump off the roof again. It was apparent pretty early on that we were in for another foggy day, which really fucking sucks when you're dealing with hundreds of zombies. Not like I had much of a choice though. I'm not really in a position where I get to pick and choose my own battles, if you know what I mean. Oddly enough, it felt like most of the zombies in the area had been killed off by around 8:30 that morning. Now, obviously they're all just hiding somewhere, or there's way more than I think there are hiding beneath the stairs, but it was still a nice feeling to not be completely overrun for once. There's gotta be at least another 100 zombies under the stairs, but luckily we can just shoot through the stairs with our magic bullets, because Zomboid doesn't understand that stairs are physical objects. Oh, and don't worry about the torso laceration here. If this was the end, there wouldn't still be like a whole third of a video to go. Anyway, I found a shotgun in the back of a police cruiser with 18 shells, and instead of Kurt Cobaining myself, I brought it back inside and used those shells to deal with the mini hordes stuck on the stairs because, again, just Zomboid things. Anyway, with the bulk of the zombies dealt with, at least outside of the prison, I spent the rest of the day dealing with any stragglers and looting the corpses for some knives, because I figured if we're gonna be in the prison, I might as well associate with the inmates and bring out the shanks. Well, those and the katana that I had in the van. That night, there were too many corpses to sleep on the roof, so I barricaded myself in the cot room and slept there, free from corpse sickness and unwanted guests. Prison jumpsuit, loosely patched with leather strips, knives to sneak up and stab people with, an unregistered firearm tucked into my pants, a ski mask so no one can see my face. Wow, I really do belong here. That's right, folks, I'm taking a stealthy approach for once. I figured inside the prison is a great place to practice this since there's so many tight corners. There's literally zero benefit to me going loud here and alerting all of the zombies to my location. It's much safer to take it slow, utilize my max sneaking skill, and backstab my way to victory. My focus today was to clear out the southern cell block of the prison. Much like any other prison in America, it's vastly overcrowded, so this ended up taking most of the day to work through. That being said, even with the stealth approach and the katana, I still had several close calls. Not everyone's meant for prison, you know. It's a dangerous place. Admittedly, this was incredibly stupid and overly risky, but instead of backtracking all the way back to the armory, I chose to just sleep in one of the prison cells. Not like anyone was using it anyway. It's even got a pretty decent view. It's August 8th today, which means, aside from it being my birthday, it's time to keep pushing into the heart of the prison. Nothing too different today compared to yesterday, just more zombie killing, barred by slow progress due to the amount of twists and turns making up the hallways. Seriously though, you want to be in a constant state of discouragement? Try to clear the prison on insane pop settings. If you don't believe me, this is one of the, 50 hallways in the prison? It's been over 2 hours and there's still zombies flooding in. Every time you pass a small break-off point that leads to another room, it pulls in another 20 or 30 zombies, completely undoing all of the progress you just spent the last 45 minutes making. It's incredibly tedious to work through. On the bright side, stamina isn't an issue because of how little short blades need to function. That'd be changing soon though, since I was down to my final 2 knives by 10 AM. That's including the 7 or 8 that I'd looted off the corpses during yesterday's events. In total, it took over 5 hours to clear this hallway, and that's not even an exaggeration. All of that just to move into another hallway and start the process all over again. Not only did I burn through my entire knife collection, but I also broke my katana in the process as well. That was probably the biggest downside here. With no more bladed weapons, it's back to long blunt, and with that, we lose the benefit of never needing to rest. Essentially, progress is only going to slow down now that we need to disengage every hour or so to recover. I got some fresh air on day 244 and spent most of the day outside, clearing zombies that had bunched up on the barred windows that were unable to break down. There isn't a strategic advantage from this or anything like that. I was just getting tired of listening to them bang against shit 24/7. I guess I shouldn't say the entire day was spent outdoors, because this isn't something that's limited to just exterior windows. There were also rooms completely loaded with zombies that were all just permanently aggroed onto some metal bars until I walked over to them. I kicked off day 245 by raiding the cafeteria. After taking note of how empty it seemed, I headed into the kitchen where I found everyone hanging out for a pizza party. The only way in or out from here is through a small window, and since that was too risky, I tried to loop around, only to walk directly into the commons where I was greeted by no less than 200 zombies. At this point, I was pretty fed up with the whole ordeal, so I just pulled out my pistol and started squeezing the trigger. This brings us to the next oh f moment. I'm running out of bullets, and by that, I mean all I've got left is what's in the magazines. Because of this, I tried to keep up progress with the crowbar whenever I could, and only swapped to the pistol in the most extreme of situations. After spending several hours clearing out the commons, I found myself staring down the infamous corner office room. If you're not familiar with the Rosewood prison, this room, for whatever reason, tends to be where the majority of the zombies in the building like to congregate. It's not even an exaggeration. Remember when we first got here like a week ago and all the zombies would cluster below the armory? It's just like that. Whether it's from migration or just buggy spawns, they always cluster in that corner office building to the point where they're literally flooding out of the room like you just saw. Because of this, I spent the rest of the day slowly pulling zombies out and taking them on in groups of 5 to 20. This is the safest way to go about it, though it's also the slowest. Oh, and if you're wondering how I'm dealing with corpse sickness, this is how. And for food, I just started looting the cells since they typically have chips, chocolate, or cereal in the dressers, along with some crayons for dessert. I was back at it bright and early on day 246. The literal only goal for today was to secure the commons. I've got the space handled, but that corner office was just going to take at least most of the day to work through, not including the shower room or any other hallways connecting to the place. I had some pretty good success initially, managing to clear the hallway and then the kitchen. The big holdup came at around 9 AM when a crawler tripped me up and almost ended the run. Luckily, I was able to regain my footing and dip out back to the southern cell block. My right arm was scratched from the fall, which is going to severely impact my combat. If you're wondering why not just keep rocking the pistol for now, it's because Zomboid, in all of its glory, also reduces firearm damage when you're dealing with a right arm injury. We discovered this back on the Escape from Knox County video, go check it out if you haven't, but yeah, basically I'll just be at a disadvantage until it heals up. So I just locked myself in a cell and sat around twiddling my thumbs for the rest of the day. Operation Get My F***ing Hat Back commenced on day 247. My arm is still scratched, but I have full swing speed back, so it should be healed in a matter of hours. It actually wasn't that bad, and I was able to kind of just walk in and pick it up. I was so hyped to have our glorious hat back on my head that I just started 316 zombies. Shout out FaZe Fakey. Anyway, I was able to push into the kitchen and even outside of it, which gave me a peek into the classroom to see how many zombies were still left. Spoiler alert, it's a lot. Good thing it's nothing an M9 and a crowbar can't handle. Well, it's taken about 3 full days, but we finally have control of the classroom. And with that, the commons. Well, there was still the showers, but that was pretty easy considering P. Diddy hasn't been sentenced yet, and I didn't bring any soap with me. Can't drop what you don't have, fellas. The last big portion of the prison was the northern cell block. Compared to the commons, it should be a damn cakewalk. After that, all I gotta do is clear out the second floor, but it shouldn't be all that bad considering zombies have been funneling downstairs since I first got here. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure it'll be tough, but I think the hardest part is over. Of course, I say that and then spend all morning getting pushed back through the commons and cafeteria back to the small library. With most of the northern cell block liberated, I turned back to start focusing on the windows, only to have Click to Walk almost kill me by full sending me through a door with like 6 zombies smacking it. Well, we're officially out of ammo. There's no more 9mm or shotgun shells in the armory, and I don't have any more in the van. I know a few places I could hit up for some more, but we're so damn close to liberating the prison, and I really just want to get it over with. Alright, maybe I was a little too quick to say the north cell block was mostly cleared out. Time for a quick break. Here's the progress so far. Sorta. This is only the southwestern portion and doesn't include all of the fighting to get to the cell block, or the middle of the prison that I was alternating between before finding the commons. I'm up to over 12,000 kills so far, which means we've killed about 2,500 zombies over the last 9 days, all within the confines of the prison. And if you're thinking of it, that's more than most casual players will hit in an entire run with a character. I say that not to disparage anyone, but more so to amplify the chaos that's been clearing out the prison so far. We're also doing this vanilla with no weapon mods. Sure, there were guns involved, but only 200 shotgun shells and about 600 9mm rounds. So most of the kills have actually come from using a crowbar or hunting knives. Of course, I brag about this as Rick and Slavic Bread are out here killing literal hundreds of thousands of zombies like it's going out of f***ing style. Love those guys. Anyway, on to day 249. What are we doing on this magnificent day, you may ask? Well, we're headed to the military surplus store in the west to grab some more firepower. If I follow the highway west, it'll lead me straight to it, and only reason I know that is because I based over there during a CDGA zombies wipe on my private Zomboid server like a year ago and still haven't gotten over the PTSD from it. Also, we've officially been here long enough that the zombie corpses are beginning to despawn. I didn't want to take the van since the hood was badly damaged and I still had all of my loot in it, but I was able to find another solid car in the parking lot and use that for the journey. I reached the surplus store at around 10:30 and headed inside for a new wardrobe. Funny enough, I just realized that Steamy Ray Vaughn's been wearing the same damn Hawaiian shirt since the first day of the playthrough. Gross. Alright, this should be more than enough to finish off the prison with. With the car loaded up, I headed back and spent the rest of the day sorting out my gear next to the red van. Tomorrow should hopefully be the last day of clearing. Then we can start to figure out a base plan for the final stretch. Pretty quiet here. Time to wake him up. Yep, that'll do it. You know, it's so much easier to do this with actual guns. I'd cleared the northern cell block before 10 AM and pushed upstairs to keep the momentum going. Oh, and remember those zombies that were literally phasing through the walls? You can hit them from the second floor rooftop without having to risk anything. Like I said a few days ago, the second floor should be basically empty considering there were so many staircases that any zombie up here would be able to path downstairs and join the fight on any of the prior days. By 11 AM, the prison had a new warden, courtesy of Steamy Ray Vaughn. I took a few extra hours to head out front and deal with most of the stragglers idling in the fields, but aside from that, allow me to be the first to welcome you to our new home for the next 115 days. So, what's the plan for the base design? It's nothing overly complicated. Let's not kid ourselves here. This building requires multiple generators to run it, and since I don't want to live at the gas station constantly doing fuel runs, I'm going to focus on the western portion of the build. The plan is to keep my bed in the cell block since zombies can't break the metal bars on the windows. I'll create an airlock at the entrance so that there's only one way in. The generator is going to be placed by the kitchen since that's really the only place I need it. I'll keep the locker room for storage since it's already built out. As for the second floor, I'll be living primarily on it. The best way to go out about making it as safe as possible is to simply remove all of the staircases and replace them with sheet rope ladders. So I'll probably look to do that sooner than later. But before I get to any of that, I want to take stock of everything inside the prison, which is all to say I spent days 251 and 252 looting the entire prison. Why did it take 2 days? Because fuck you, stop asking stupid questions. There's one of me and like 1,000 rooms. Hey look, I'm Nurse. Note to self, always double check the doors. Apparently I missed the world's first zombie orgy. The fuck was going on in here? It's just a table and 4 chairs. Why were there like 20 zombies? I feel like I'm in an episode of Mom Talk. Anyway, this was the full haul from the prison, excluding the armory since I didn't feel a need to go back there. Just throw like 5 boxes of ammo at the end and call it a day. There's about 120 weight worth of shit on the floor, another 140 in the van, and about 80 in the car. So I spent the next few days moving that into the locker storage inside the prison and then organizing it. So here's how everything's set up. I have the weapons and ammo in the armory, the food in the kitchen, and literally everything else is getting crammed into the lockers, which are organized by specific loot type. With the prison looted, it's time to start looking at how to fix the place up, and since the people over at Home Improvement are a little busy, I'm on my own. Now, as we've already established, prison big, Steamy Ray Vaughn small, so we're gonna need to make some massive overhauls to the building. And there's no real way to achieve said overhauls without absolutely ungodly amounts of wood. Put it away, fellas, this isn't an episode of Dateline, you fucking psychos. No, we're just gonna spend like 2 or 3 days chopping down trees. I know that's a lot, and it seems a bit over the top, but you'll see why in a little bit. Alright, now that we have a few hundred logs strewn about, I went ahead and crafted close to 70 sheet rope so I could bundle all of the logs into stacks. The same process could be done with like 8 sheet rope, but I'm lazy and didn't want to have to keep stacking and unstacking. It's much easier to just stack them all first and then move them. Once I'd used all my sheet rope, I would then fill up the van and transport them to the front of the prison, where I'd unstack in bulk and then repeat the process. This took another 3 days to move and unstack all those logs into one giant pile, along with about 100 sticks and 50 twigs. This brings us to day 262, where I spent literally the entire day just sawing logs. After 12 hours of sawing them into planks, I left around 160 logs that I could use to wall in the parking lot of the prison. I'll start on that in a few days though, mainly because I need ripped sheets and I didn't bother to do that with any of the corpses inside the prison before they rotted away to nothing. It was raining on day 263, so I took the entire day to make this absolutely massive garden. It covers most of that field area on the west side of the parking lot and is comprised of 20 packs of seeds. This includes 2 broccoli packs, 1 pack of cabbage seeds, 3 carrot packets, 4 potatoes, 2 strawberries, and 8 tomato packets. By that evening, I decided to call it quits, even though I still had over 60 tomato seeds and a few broccoli seeds to plant. Honestly, this should be more than enough to get me through the last 100 days or so, and if for some reason it's not, there's a grocery store in town that I can hit up to grab more canned goods. Day 264 was the start of the grand remodel, starting with the front entrance. I took the morning to remove all the shattered glass from the windows, along with any wall vines that could impair my view. From there, I chose a few sections, such as the southern walkways, and sledged out the doors, before building some tier 3 walls in place of them, effectively cutting off access to the rest of the prison. With the southern section walled off, I got to work barricading the windows at the front, since I figured if nothing else, I'd be able to hear the zombies smacking against them instead of tripping into them when I rounded a corner. The doors at the entrance look a little funky because, aside from the gated doors, there's no real way to make a double door work in Zomboid at the moment, at least without mods like the building menu. I'd like to replace the wooden barricades with metal sheets, but I'll need to gather some more metalworking supplies again before I do that, and there's no doubt it'd be much safer to work with. Anyway, on to day 265. This was the first day I actually went into the town of Rosewood. Why, you might ask? Was it for the police station, or maybe the fire station for some axes? Well, neither really. The truth is, I needed ripped sheets, and tons of them. Much like West Point, my plan was to wall in the prison entrance with log walls. Only this time, I want to actually build a walking platform on top of it. And to do that, I first need to make a log wall. Now, I don't actually need all that many ripped sheets, but I also use this as an excuse to clear out the zombies around the fire station. You know, just in case I wanted to loot it or something. Who would do that, though? I was also close to leveling my short and long blade skills, so this was just another opportunity to do that. With the immediate area secured, I was able to gather 168 ripped sheets, which should be more than enough to wall in that entrance. But why stop there? I might as well wall in the northern portion of the parking lot too, just to be safe. With that plan now planted firmly in my thick-ass head, I took a short break to loot the fire station. This POI has been a safe house to me in some of my best runs in Zomboid, so it always holds a special place in my heart. This wasn't a bad haul by any means, and on paper, it actually looks really good. I mean, who could complain about fire axes and a wood axe? The only downside is that 4 of the 6 axes are under 50% condition, with only 2 of them being full strength. It's not a massive problem though, since my maintenance is 5 and there's some warehouses I can hit up for wood glue that can repair them for me. Honestly, at this point in the run, I was really contemplating just swapping to axes for the final portion just to get my combat skills all to level 4 or 5, just because it looked nice. Anyway, here's some more combat. With the police station cleansed, I pulled in another 200 ripped sheets. I probably could have kept going here since I didn't even get through that pile I just made, but 300 ripped sheets should be plenty. While looting the police station, I had a near-death experience when I rounded a corner and jogged through a small pocket of zombies. Luckily for me, I have a few thousand hours in the game and understand the super difficult concept of shove running. I'm just fucking with you, it's super easy to do. If you don't know, allow me to explain. If you see a small pocket of zombies, just tap shift as you hit them and you'll shove the first. The zombies can't grab you while in your shove animation, at least during build 41, which allows you to bounce directly into them and kind of just pinball your way through. If you hold shift down, that'll work too, and you'll probably just trip at the end of the pile. Anyway, after finding a key on one of the corpses, I was able to break into and loot the armory. It was nothing special, a few M9 pistols and some boxes of ammo, but every little bit helps, I suppose. With all of my supplies ready for use, I got started on the wall the following morning. Starting with the northern portion. Now, was this needed? Probably not. but I really just didn't want to risk a zombie spawning just inside the fencing and then just walking into the prison, so to me it was better safe than sorry. The northern wall took practically the entire day to work on, since I had to bring stacks of logs over, place them, unstack, and repeat that process until I had a full line to work with, and even then I miscalculated and had to go back and fill in the gaps. And if you're wondering how I'm going to get to all of my crops now that there's a wall blocking me in, well, fret not, because we can do things like build a staircase and sheet rope ladder over the side. Fancy stuff, I know. With that taken care of, it was on to gating the entrance. Another easy task, since I just needed to round up some doorknobs and hinges, and then place log walls along the gaps. There were also some windows in the armory that could allow zombies to bypass the gate, so I sealed those in with wooden tier 3 walls. With all the essential defenses built out, I changed focus to work on building on a catwalk around the walls. This will allow me to shoot any zombies banging against the walls while being completely safe from harm. With the catwalk completed, I tried something new and started fencing in the same catwalk. This way, I shouldn't have to rely on the janky click-to-walk pathing, accidentally sending me over the edge and breaking my legs again. On to day 269. I've still got a ton of planks and logs, but I'm entirely out of nails. There's a few warehouses in the east that I can hit up, so I grabbed the van and began making my way over. This ended up being one of the better hauls of the Rosewood stay, and ended up with me getting 20 metal sheets and an additional 14 boxes of nails. The best part of all this was simply the fact that there weren't really any zombies here. I think I killed like 20 or 30, but I was expecting to have a sizable horde to have to work through, so that was strange to me. 270 was more building. Most of my day was spent building another water fountain in the parking lot before making a campfire nearby to boil water just in case. It was only after doing that I remembered I had a generator sitting on the rooftop that I could just turn on with the ovens and boil water that way, so whoops. To end the day, I made a shit ton of trap crates so I can start working on my trapping skill, with the plan of using the cabbages from my garden as bait for rabbits. I then burned through 5 hunting knives, turning tree branches into crafted spears. All of day 271 was spent moving gear into storage and the armory. I had a shit ton of supplies sitting in the van that I really needed to just get moved into its correct spot, so that was what I did today. Nothing too crazy, just a simple, quiet day. It was storming outside the next morning, so rather than head back into town, I continued work on the prison. It's simply too big for one person to really manage everything efficiently, so I took a sledgehammer and just started knocking down walls Randy Marsh style, creating a bunch of 1 tile wide mini hallways that allow me to just kinda click anywhere in the prison and path to it using the click to walk option. With some more hallway paths opened up, I went into the commons and started removing the broken glass from the cafeteria windows, before just knocking down all the walls, creating more of an open concept. All that's left to do now is to add the black and white fake hardwood on the floor, and I can sell this for a 400% markup. Now that the storm had subsided, I could get started on my metalworking grind. There's a gated community in the northwest portion of Rosewood. It's actually pretty close to the prison, and I wanted to disassemble the fencing there in order to farm metal bars that I could use for framing. It also gives me an excuse to leave the prison for once, since I was starting to go a little stir-crazy. By the time I'd actually gotten moving, it was already around 2 o'clock, so I didn't have high hopes for the day. If nothing else, this was more of a scouting run than an actual attempt. There were some zombies waiting out at the entrance, so I took the opportunity to train my axe skill a bit, and got to work Jack Torranceing my way through the horde, stopping to rest in the cars whenever I became exhausted. Day 274 saw me picking up right where I left off, except this time I got to start at 8:30 in the morning instead of 2 p.m. The goal for today is to clear out the zombies in the gated community. This should set me up for a big looting run on 275, before finally starting on metalworking on 276, but we'll see. If I've learned anything with Zomboid, it's that even the simple plans rarely wind up working out how you'd hope. By 10 o'clock, poor steamy Rayvon was shitting his britches from high exertion, so I broke into a house and borrowed a chair to rest at. This actually almost got me killed when I tried to lose a horde in another house, only to climb through a side window at the same time a zombie was nosediving through it like Ralph from The Simpsons. Oh, and that chair I stole, well, the zombies broke it almost instantly, so this entire day was just a struggle. By that afternoon, I'd seemingly cleared the area though. Or at least most of it. I'm sure I'll find a few zombies scattered in the houses or in the backyards, and zombie migration will pull a few more in throughout the next few days, but for now, most of them have been dealt with, which is good enough for me. With the main horde dealt with, it's time to start the looting run. I'm not entirely sure what I was looking for here though. My hope was to get lucky and find an extra generator and some more propane tanks, which made the garages my #1 target. As expected, there were a few stragglers hiding in some of the upstairs rooms, but overall it was a pretty quiet day. I did manage to find another generator in one of the garages. Actually, I found 2 generators, but only took one back with me since I have no need for a third at the moment. That being said, I didn't walk away with any extra propane tanks. A few torches, sure, but not really what I was looking for. Oh, and real quick, for those of you wondering why I'm not just disassembling the cell blocks for metalworking, I'd say that's a question for the devs, seeing as the frames are unable to be disassembled. Don't believe me? Go hop into a single player world and try it for yourself and get back to me. That's probably out of scope for build 42 though, so maybe that's something that'll be addressed in the next 10 years of development. I got off to a hot start on day 276 when my fucking tire exploded, or rather transcended into a new dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Maybe, just maybe, we can find it in the Twilight Zone. Alright, I'm done with that. Sorry for the dated callbacks. Back to mindlessly disassembling massive amounts of fencing. By the end of the day, I'd managed to level up once and collect over 30 metal bars. Not bad by any means, but I really need to find some more propane. I can't remember if there were any grills in the residential area, but it couldn't hurt to go take a look, so that'll be the plan for tomorrow. But for now, I just wanted to get home alive. And if you're sitting there wondering if I actually tried to drive this thing back home with the tire missing, Happy National All Planes Are Now Grounded Day to my US audience. Anyway, I have a plan. Sorta. Really more like a fuck it, let's try it out kind of thing, but it's obvious this van's on its last legs. So what I'm gonna do is take it out to the gas station, drop the new generator off there, fill up my extra cans, and find a new car to work with. Worst case, I'll bring the battery back and recharge it at the prison just like I did with the police cruiser in West Point. But hopefully it doesn't have to come to that. I thought I found an ambulance at one point that I was really excited to have, but the thing was an absolute pile of shit, so I left it and continued onward. I made it to the gas station just after 10 AM and got to work killing all of the zombies in the area. I brought along about 230 shotgun shells, which should hopefully be enough. If not, oh well. We'll cross that bridge if or when we get to it. It took about an hour to clear out the gas station, but instead of looting the place, I started making my way down the road, searching for another heavy-duty vehicle to rock with. Hopefully for the last 80 odd days or so. That being said, what the fuck is going on in Rosewood? There's no decent vehicles anywhere here. And any that look good on the outside look like this under the hood. After about 2 hours of searching, I did manage to stumble across another survivor car, so I took that for now and headed back to the gas station to fuel up and loot the place. Not a bad day by any means. The only bad side of today was realized on my drive home though, when I remembered that I just left like 20 metal bars in the back of that van at the gas station, so I'd have to go back for them at some point. On day 278, I set out to vandalize the local suburbs in an attempt to find some more propane. I chose to start at the southwest end since it's closest to the fire station, and if needed, I could always just hop the fencing for some extra safety. Luckily, it didn't come to that though, and I was able to clear out most of the zombies in the cell relatively easily. The garages are still my main target, though it's worth checking the backyards for any propane-fueled grills that we can take from. By the end of my first day, I'd managed to find one full propane tank from a grill, and one that I could probably get 2 or 3 uses out of in a garage. There's a Catholic church at the far north end that might be worth hitting up, but since I'm not wearing a red headset and a wig, I didn't think there'd be much there that'd interest me. Day 279 was much the same. Drive into town, use the shotgun to round up and kill the larger groups of zombies, loot the garages and backyards. By that afternoon, I'd found 2 more propane tanks and had wiped out another 100 zombies or so. To end the day, I hit up a survivor house, walking away with a few pistols and some more boxes of ammo. Not sure if I'll ever do anything with them, but better to have them and not use them than need them and not have them. I hadn't checked on my crops since planting them, so 280 seemed like a good day to do that. Unfortunately for me, I missed the cabbage harvest date and was only able to grab 1 furrow of them, though they didn't have any seeds. That's okay though, I've got a few more packs from my looting runs over the past few weeks, so I'll be fine to replant them. The carrots are ready for harvest, but I'm gonna wait until they're seed bearing, which should be in another day or 2. As for everything else, we've got a few more days until they're ready. So until then, what better way to spend my time than by driving on down to the school to grab the missing trapping books. And by books, I just mean volume 3. This time though, I'm going in with spears instead of guns. Think it's time to change it up a bit. Was getting a bit boring with the shotgun. Everything was going so smoothly. Until I got to the school. Look, I can explain. I was listening to music and went to change the song and coasted into the fire hydrant. I wasn't expecting to have a fucking near-death experience because of it, but here we are. Luckily, it doesn't really impact spear damage, so I was able to kill a few zombies, shred their socks, and use the thread to stitch my left hand before getting back to what I do best. It took most of the afternoon, but I managed to kill the 2 larger clusters of zombies outside and find the trapping volume 3 skill. Honestly, I'm shocked this thing still works. The damage actually wasn't as bad as I thought. Thankfully, I've got like 30 metal sheets just sitting around, so one of those was able to fix the hood back to 96%. The 9 engine parts I had also bumped the engine back to above 30%, which isn't fantastic, but it could be worse. There's another car on the other side of the log walls, so I took the engine parts from that and slapped those into the blue car, bumping the engine up to 46%, which I felt much more comfortable with. Oh, and it took less than a day for my stitches to heal, so shout out level 10 first aid. My carrots were finally seed bearing on day 282, and with that, we're officially on the clock. The fridges and freezers should be enough, but I'm not willing to risk it since these harvests are going to be responsible for catapulting me through all 10 trapping levels, while also sustaining me for the next 83 days. There's an ice freezer outside of the gas station at the entrance to the city, so I set out to go grab that for the kitchen. With that one in the trunk, I hit up the Gigamart for the other 2 just inside the entrance. Obviously, it's impossible to do that without attracting some attention, so I dealt with those guys as well. The 3 extra freezers are going to give me an additional 232 kilograms of space, which should hopefully be more than enough, not including the fridges and freezers in the storage portion of the kitchen. The plan is pretty simple though. Carrots and cabbages are the best for rabbits, which are the best animal to catch at the moment, so I'll use the tomatoes and potatoes as actual food, while using the cabbages and carrots as bait. Building off of that, I spent all of day 283 digging more furrows and planting another round of carrots and cabbages. It hasn't rained in a while, so I think we're due for a storm. Now normally I just wait until then to plant them, but honestly I just wanted a base day for once. Day 284 was spent foraging. I know, super exciting stuff, but the potatoes are almost seed bearing, so I didn't want to go out on a looting run and risk missing them before they spoiled. I've also got a ton of skills that are right on the cusp of leveling up, so my goal is going to be to finish those off before the end of the run. I don't think it's possible for me to max out combat or anything like that, but skills like foraging, cooking, carpentry, maybe metalworking, all of those are well within the realm of possibility. After spending most of the morning wanting to blow my brains out, I switched gears and found a plot of deep forest to start clearing out. If you don't know, rabbits have the highest catch rate in the deep forest biome, but the traps need to be at least 80 tiles away from your character to work. The specific number is in the 80s, but I'm too lazy to look it up at the moment, so deal with it. Day 285 was entirely spent making trap crates. I wish I was kidding. 132 trap crates to hit carpentry 10. Talk about a grind. But on the bright side, trapping should be a breeze. And on top of that, cooking level 10 should be as easy as first aid, since all I'll need to do is butcher the rabbits and cook the meat in mass. Now that I've got all the crates made, I can start moving them to the deep forest. With all the crates out in the field, I grabbed some extra sheet rope and started stacking the logs from the chopped down trees. I don't really have a use for them, so my plan is to just kind of pile all of it in the corner for now, and then I'll have logs if I need them. I don't know, it made sense at the time. It's storming out, which means it's a fantastic time to risk catching a cold just to set up 50 traps. Probably one of the dumber plans of the playthrough, but honestly, it won't kill me. I've got enough food to just power me through any sickness I might get. So my plan is to just set 50 traps for now. I know I've got a shit ton of extras, but I'll keep them for when some of the crates start to break. 50 seems like more than enough to get me started. Fun fact, I actually used this same strategy on the 1000 Days series when I was based in the Louisville Mall. God, isn't it weird that that was almost like 3 years ago at the time of this video? At that point in my life, I was still working a full-time job in the SOC as a threat detections engineer. I didn't even have a daughter yet or a French bulldog. My life was so much simpler. A lot can change in 3 years, folks, and my life has definitely changed for the better, and I do have you all to thank for that, so thank you. Try and enjoy the little moments while they're there, because it really does start to kind of go by fast. Honestly, wasn't expecting to catch this many on the first run, but fuck it, I'll take it. Alrighty, may have jumped the gun a bit with the 50 traps. It took less than 15 to gain the first 2 levels. On the bright side, I managed to hit it early enough in the day that I could read the full Volume 2 book in the same day, which was really nice. Though I'm not sure what the outcome is going to be for all the traps that had just caught something. This continued into the next day, where I harvested another 23 rabbits, leveling up to trapping 3 and almost hitting level 4, which means tomorrow is going to be another reading day. I'm not going to throw a ton of carrots in all these again though, just like 10 at the front. With that taken care of, I headed back to the kitchen to butcher the 40 or so rabbits I'd caught so far in an attempt to free up some more space. At this rate, I'm going to need more freezers since the rabbits are going to end up taking all of the ice freezers for themselves. And right on time, the potatoes are ready for harvest. With that, we're up to over 300 potatoes and almost 1,000 potato seeds. Just insane. The broccoli is also ready for harvest, so it'll be seed bearing in a few days, but I just said fuck it and harvested it today anyway. Add another 100 broccoli to the storage inventory. In total, it took 4 freezers to store the potatoes and broccoli I'd harvested that day. No one tell the Irish. Fuck. May have been a little too confident with that one. Oh well, it'll just be one more day. Well, what the fuck? Alright, I'm throwing carrots in all of them and dipping out for the day. Finally, now that that's taken care of, it's time to read. Day 293 was more of the same. I spent the morning checking the traps for rabbits and restocking them with carrots, and in the afternoon, I harvested all of my tomatoes. When all was said and done, I brought in 622 tomatoes and over 1,200 tomato seeds, which means all of my freezers are completely full. There's still some space in the refrigerators though, but I'm trying to keep them all frozen. This was pretty much my life for the next few weeks. I even ran out of carrots and had to use potatoes for my bait, which wasn't horrible. They only have 35 attractiveness instead of the 45 that you get with carrots, with cabbages being that middle at 40, so even with the 10-point drop, it's still way better than anything else I've got at my disposal. But yeah, from days 294 to 309, I did nothing but focus on trapping. And listen, I get it. It sounds like way too much time, but much like Nimble or Sprinting or Fitness XP, you gotta remember it's all coming down to random chance. Sure, you can boost the numbers a bit more to be in your favor with trap location and bait, but at the end of the day, it's all coming down to a roll of the virtual dice. Some days I walked away with 3 rabbits, and others I pulled in 20 plus. And I guess I should add that it's not rolling the chance once, but twice. See, not only does there need to be a roll to determine if a rabbit will go into the trap crate, but there's another roll to determine if the rabbit escapes or not. A good way to tell is if a trap crate is still open, but the bait hasn't been removed. That would indicate that a rabbit didn't spawn. If the trap crate is opened without the bait, that would tell us that a rabbit did spawn, passing the first check, only to escape with the bait, meaning we failed the second. And that's trapping. Anyway, the problem with having all of these crops and rabbits means that I ran out of storage way too fast. So I decided to make a game out of it and just see how fat I could make Steamy Rave on before maxing out the trapping skill. Step 1 was to butcher all of the rabbits. Now, I could have started making stews or stir fries or roasts, really anything, but I didn't need to. I had enough rabbits at my disposal to just butcher them and throw them in the oven to max out my cooking skill in one go. Using all of the ovens in the prison, I managed to cook 92 rabbits at the same time. Hell, after cooking all of those, I even started throwing most of the rabbits away because I simply didn't have the room to store them in anymore. Most of the rabbits were well over 100 hunger, so it was pretty easy to stay full. But the goal wasn't to stay full, it was to essentially mukbang myself into 1,000-pound sisters territory and then Nikocado avocado myself back to greatness. And that was Steamy Ravon's life for this time period. Wake up, eat, check the traps, eat, walk home, eat, go to bed, repeat. Of course, whenever I hit the next milestone, I'd spend that day just reading the volume 4 or 5 skill book, but those were anomalies. When he started this journey, Steamy Ravon had a weight of 79, but through hard work, perseverance, and determination, he was able to reach the peak male physique of 112 and climbing by the time he maxed trapping. Now all that's left to do is lose the weight and become a fitness TikToker because that's apparently what everyone does now. To kick off my epic weight loss journey, I did a few sprints until I lost the double up arrow. As of build 41, you can only lose 1 weight per day though, so even on my best grind, it'll take a good month before we're back to an ideal weight. Not unrealistic by any means, but it does kinda blow that you can gain 2 per day and only lose 1, but I get it. It's not a complaint or anything, just simply how it works as the time of recording this. Next up is more of a hodgepodge of skills. I've got a few combat skills that are close to leveling up, so I threw those items in the trunk, then grabbed all my propane tanks and torches, and set off for the school. Since I basically just spent like 3 weeks doing nothing but impersonating Lenny's favorite pastime, and didn't end up with a bullet in the back of the head, there's a ton of zombies that have respawned that I'll have to deal with. Once I managed to get inside the school, I spent the rest of the day killing any stragglers and cleaning out all the lockers so that I could start disassembling them in bulk. After spending the night in the janitor's closet like I was Tom Cruise, I got to work disassembling every single locker in the school, only to not even level up once. Kind of a bummer, but I don't know, I'll figure it out. On day 312, I spent my time reclaiming the gas station so that I could keep the generator running back at the prison. Surprisingly, it was still pretty abandoned, with only like 20 zombies hanging around. It was actually so easy that I stopped just a ways down the road to take on another cluster just to feel something again. To kick off day 313, I leveled up electrical to 4. I know, super exciting stuff. I then spent the rest of the day reading the next skill book out of habit because I didn't think that I'd probably never have a need for this ever again. 3:14 was a giant prep day. This was probably one of the dumbest things I've done, considering I'm still morbidly obese, but I grabbed an M14, over 1,000 rounds of ammo, a katana, a crowbar, and a ton of spears, and tossed them in the trunk. Tomorrow, we're going to March Ridge. On the morning of day 3:15, I hopped in the car and drove on down to the world's shittiest city. I made it into town by 9:30, and once I parked the car, it was on. I decided to start with the M14 until I either burned through all of my ammo or the rifle broke. That should thin the hordes enough for me to swap to melee and get some work in, even while staying morbidly obese. By the end of my first day of fighting, I'd cleared out the cul-de-sac in the east and claimed a house for the night, only to accidentally dive through the window instead of shutting the blinds. Luckily, it was just a scratch and not a deep cut, so I should be fine by the morning. I got an early start the next morning and continued pushing into the center of the city. I've still got over 700 rounds, but I plan on burning through all of them today. With the second day of fighting coming to a close, I found another house to rest in for the night. Tomorrow, I'm going to try and clear the parking lot outside of the barracks and hopefully start making progress into it. I have no idea what I'm actually going to do with the place, considering I don't need any of the loot or anything like that, but I think it'll be fun to work through. We're basically just running purely off of vibes at this point, if I'm being honest. By 7 AM the next morning, I'd managed to successfully bob and weave my way through the hordes and make it to the parking lot of the barracks. I still had a few hundred rounds of 308 to work with, so I continued with the M14 and started clearing the area. I ended up running out of ammo just after 1 o'clock that afternoon and began making my way back to the car to swap out for some spears. This is where shit got pretty wonky. Remember here, Steamy Ray Vaughn is still fat as shit, so he gets tired after like 10 swings. Day 318 was the start of the melee grind, starting with the katana. Why the katana? Well, because I was close to leveling up Longblade and it's a one-shot kill weapon, so pretty easy choice if you're not wearing a helmet. Once the skill was leveled and the katana broke, I swapped to spears, only to immediately become exhausted. Luckily, there were a few cars to rest in, and by that afternoon, I was able to finally push into the barracks, leveling up my spear skill in the process. Once that was kinda cleared out, I spent the rest of the day looting the ground floor, walking away with an untouched machete and a baseball bat. Naturally though, it was only a matter of time before I slipped up and almost ended the run. At this point, I was pretty panicked, and made the decision to just finish out the day and head back home in the morning. Let's be real here, I had less than 50 days left out of 365, and if I died because of some stupid shit like getting bored, I'd climb into an oven. That being said, I still had to go back and grab my hat, of course. Couldn't stomach leaving that behind. With the hat secured, I hopped in the car and started driving back to the prison, somehow flipping my car in the process. Following the events of March Ridge, I decided it'd be best to simply avoid all combat for the remainder of the run, and instead, focus on something I usually don't spend much time on: building. Now, you may be wondering, what did you build? Maybe another sky deck, or maybe you decorated the prison and remodeled it. No. See, I've got hundreds, if not thousands, of planks at my disposal, and about a dozen axes and wood glue to give me a few thousand more whenever necessary. So I thought with the remainder of my time, I'd pay homage to one of my all-time favorite builds that we did for a community event before I knew this was gonna be my job. It was the last event before we had our daughter, and it's one that's always stuck with me. Built almost entirely by one admin, Bragskin, there lies a castle in the middle of the Bedford Falls military outpost. Players were tasked with defending it from waves of the undead until they either survived or everyone died. In between rounds, we'd use the guard towers, where the admins had set up these cool shops to purchase better weapons and gear based on looted items from the corpses. It was simple, and we've definitely gotten a lot more complex in the last 2 years, but it's still one of my all-time favorite events. I'll have the stream for that pinned in the time cards if you're interested in seeing what it actually looked like, but if you don't want to watch a VOD, that's all good, because I tried my best to recreate it in its entirety. So, I'll show some shots of the build and explain it as I go, and then on day 365, I'll show off the completed build with a little base tour a la PZ Cribs. First things first, I had to find a spot large and open enough to build the damn thing. I didn't want it too close to the prison since it's all deep forest, so I settled on a plot in the southwest in the farmlands portion of Rosewood. Not far enough that the drive takes hours, but not close enough that I can see it from the cell windows. With the plot found, I could have spent the next several days driving all those stacks of logs over to the place, but that would have taken too long and been incredibly boring. So instead, I just grabbed all of my axes and began clearing out the entire plot. The thought process was pretty simple. It'd have to be done anyway to build here, and I needed the supplies. It also didn't help that someone put a tree right in front of my car, so I had to continue on foot from here on out. But that's besides the point. Thankfully, there was another survivor van that I hadn't obliterated over at the fire station, so I just hopped in that and added it to the collection. So, I know I just said that the whole plan was to avoid combat, but you gotta understand this is Project Zomboid, and that's just not possible. So, what I did was I grabbed a crowbar and an M9, and kept those on standby for when a few zombies would sneak up on me during my war on the Lorax. There weren't any large-scale fight scenes like the mall or the prison or anything like that, but it did force me to at least be a little careful throughout this portion of the build. After cutting down a few dozen trees, I stacked up all the logs and sawed through most, leaving about 70 logs to move just in case. This gave me a few hundred planks to start with, and I got to work building out the foundation. I'm trying not to showcase too much of the building so that the tour isn't completely spoiled, but by the 8th, I'd wrapped up the ground floor and began building onto the second story. It took a few more days just to add flooring, but once that was done, I got to work walling everything in, using fencing on the perimeter instead of actual walls, and saving them for the interior. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 365, the final day. It's been a long road, and taken almost 6 months to record and edit all of this. Here's what my skills look like after the chaotic journey. Not horrible, but I definitely feel like I could have grinded out a few more levels if I really tried to, but that's for another video coming in a few months. In terms of kills, I ended with 14,701 total kills. Again, definitely could have gotten more if that was the focus, but given the fact that I just spent 50 days building a castle for no reason other than to build, I think sub 15k is pretty good. Alright, on to the actual tour. Now, this isn't a livable base by any means, and I didn't really have enough time to move any gear over, but here's the general floor plan. There's a main gate entrance that opens into a 2x2 walkway that takes you along the perimeter of the interior. At each corner, you'll find 4 guard towers with sheet rope ladders, allowing you to head up to the second floor. At the center, there's an open room that takes you up to the second floor as well. Had I had a few more days, I would have liked to move the armory over to this room. At all 4 access points to the center, I placed fencing at both the start and end portion, allowing me to have 2 fallback points before reaching the center and having to retreat to the second floor. Oh, I also built these mini tunnel-like paths which allow me to maneuver almost in between the walls and traverse the building in relative safety if zombies ever broke in. Up onto the second floor, it's pretty open, but it's meant to be like that, so you can quickly bounce between one side of the building and the next in the event of a horde attack. I tried to copy Frag's build by adding like another layer around the guard towers by building out some more walls inside of the fencing, but it doesn't quite look like how he had it. The third floor is just a square fenced-in block. I had plans to extend the roofing out to the guard towers, but it would have taken like a day per guard tower to build out, add a roof, and then disassemble the pathing back to the center. This is the last line of defense, but since it's only a floor up, you still have the ability to jump off the edge back onto the second floor without breaking a limb in the process. And that's gonna do it, guys. Thank you all so much for watching. This whole journey has been full of ups and downs and a few too many close calls for my liking, but I'm happy with how things played out. I know I said it at the beginning, but I recently launched a 3rd channel called TGP Explains that have been going back and breaking down some of my favorite shows, as well as conspiracy theories and stuff like that related to them, so if that's interesting to you, the channel will be pinned down in the comments. I'm also streaming on Twitch most Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I've been playing anything from Zomboid and RimWorld to more single-player games like Kingdom Come Deliverance. The link to that channel can be found in the description. With that, I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks again. Until next time, I appreciate you all. Go call a loved one, and thanks for stopping by.